we are playing a pretty standard Cybers list. So let's go ahead and see if we can do all right. As you can see, we have played a little bit for dailies and are on a 4-win streak. There are only 10 levels, so hopefully it is not too difficult here. And they are on a 9-win streak with what is presumably going to be Blue Eyes, given the archive skill. We went up with Combustion Crisis, and if they are on Blue Eyes or Harpies, this is not going to do much of anything for us. So, our option would be to send it to the bottom of the deck and use our other cards to start swinging in. Let's go ahead, activate our Maximum Ragnarok, and return Combustion Crisis to the bottom. Then we debuff one piece of Yggdrago and tribute it off for the head. I'm going to set another card face down and battle. We can confirm they are on something dragon related. Or maybe it is Harpies after all, given the Faith Bird. Unfortunately for us, our Yggdrago at 2,000 is going to be defeated cleanly by any of the opposing Harpy tribute monsters. As all of them are at 2,100. And we are confirmed against Harpies, running a bit of a big dragon package, which is pretty interesting. However, they don't activate the effect to boost up, which is pretty interesting. We don't know why they would do that, unless they are on something else. Alright, so obviously we don't have any boss monsters here, but we do get some chances. With Chaos Femtron, we are going to mill 6 cards and try to add some pieces of Maximum or other boss monsters into our hand. Going through an additional 6 cards in the deck, we managed to hit a Bell Spectacle Mani. Unfortunately, in the process, we have lost both Negate Attack and Buffered Slime, so things may not be ideal. Let's summon out a Connector Dog. Then activate our skill. Yeah, we are going to be able to put back some Yggdrago pieces, which is nice. Ragnarok, activate the effect, and return this to the top. Then debuff a Femtron and one of their bosses. Mani is summoned, counting as 2 tributes. And we activate the effect for further debuffs. We do want to play around a potential counter pigeons. So, let's go ahead and return 1 and 2. Though a Chaos Femtron might actually be better than an extra piece. Especially if we still have 2 copies of it in the deck already. This one gets debuffed. And now we enter battle. Swing over the more important one first. Though they might have Negate Attack here. Oh, welcome Reaper. And Red Fire. And also Paco. Widespread Ruin is a little bit unexpected. But thanks to our debuffs, we are able to clear the board anyway. Before passing it over. Oh, and congrats on finishing the rank climb Fire. I have not played a single game of normal ranked this month yet, since I've been mostly waiting to do the qualifier stuff, and I'll hit King of Games afterwards. A clean win. After clearing out the board, they throw up a surrender. So going into the World Championship qualifiers, I think machines are probably going to be the most popular, followed by the ramen. And we open again with Combustion Crisis, which is a little bit funny. But we are going to get rid of it again, as they are once more on an archive skill. Let's go ahead, put this on the bottom of the deck. And just bring in the one monster that we can. There is always the chance my opponent is not going to open up with any of high-level monsters of their own. Crimson Chaos Hemtron is the best card in the deck. If you do not have 3 copies of it, do not play this deck. If you are trying to beat machines, I do think a Noodleist that is teched with Combustion Crisis is a good choice. Alright, so we are up against a Hysteric Force player, but they drew 2 Ghost Cyclones, which is really unfortunate for us. We are going to take a ton of damage and have nothing we can really do against it. Our move, and we draw a Chaos Hemtron. Once again, no bosses in sight. So we are relying on the mill here. But unfortunately, all we get is an Yggdrago, and we mill negate attack one more time. Let's throw our cards face down. And, we get in over the Tyhone for a little bit. But that is all we can do. We see a Torn of the Windweaver, flipping up another one of my monsters to inflict just a little bit more damage. Given the situation, I don't think we want to use Slime. We should be relatively healthy here. And saving the trap for the last possible moment doesn't seem like a bad idea. They are already down 2 copies of the, Cyclone. Reset Runner is not going to do it. But we could try milling for monster reincarnation purposes. And we have 2 copies of this piece. So we go and end turn. We are running plenty of boss monsters. They are just all in the bottom of the deck. Hopefully our trap card is enough to let us turn the game around. But they are going to have 2 back row for us to work through, which is a little bit threatening. Also, our own deck is swiftly running out of cards. Obviously we need to slime here. Yeah, about Felicia, I wanted to do the climb, on stream. And generally haven't been around to do so. Alright, this is a little bit ridiculous. But yes, Pico, I'm pretty sure we are just going to lose here. Without access to the maximum, there's not a whole lot we can do. And a regular 2600, 3100, Happy Lady Sisters is pretty much lethal. We can return this into the deck, sure, and then select these 2. Tribute Summon. And we will debuff as well. they are almost certainly going to go ahead and pop off with a copy of Naked Attack and then kill us on the next turn. But we will do what we can. And then I'm pretty sure I missed some of the other comments. Welcome, Movelandrone. Hope you are doing well. Alright, that is the middle piece. That is indeed going to be game. But they have another summon just for fun. The Asana unlock. I'm actually a little bit worried just because I don't have all the gems that I would want for it yet. Okay, we see another Hysteric Force. Oh, and they boosted that one. Okay. That makes sense. And our first loss of the climb. But any deck not drawing the tributes for several turns like that is probably not going to win a game. So, nothing to be tilted about. So, I know that we have a few people in chat. Are any of you actually gonna go for the top two? Are you trying to qualify for Worlds? Or are you just playing for the fun and gems? Okay, we get a Reset Runner opener. Let's go ahead and turn on the Chaos Femtron. And then we can decide whether or not we actually want to use the Femtron here or not. Or we could just bring in the Spectacle and set a card face down. Honestly, I do think that seems reasonable to me. Let's go ahead and activate Ragnarok. We will put Chaos Femtron on top of the deck. And we'll bring in the Mani. It's also definitely worth considering having just set 3 monsters here. But I like bringing in the boss and making them have something. Though, if this is a Magnum Overlord player, they do have those 500 or those 800 debuffs. So this may not be the optimal play. And of course, if it is also Seven's Axel Road, even that is going to make getting to 2400 pretty simple for them. We see an Ancillor, and they are actually on Explosion Drive. And that is good enough to clear my board. Good luck with the qualifying Paco. I do think you have a good shot. As expected, we drew, or as we knew, we are drawing the Chaos Femtron here. So let's go with the effect and see what we get. Unfortunately, we mill 2 Chaos Femtron. That is frustrating. Activate the skill. We return Crisis to the bottom once again. And we will do a little bit of debuffing. And Shoot Hydron mills a card. And we get to draw. A Drago's Head. Not a bad one to grab. Let's enter the battle phase and try clearing out this Magician's Valkyria. It works, and the Ancillor falls as well. And we are in a pretty good position here. Slime, Reincarnation, for both offense and defense. We have a Drago in hand, and both of the pieces in the graveyard. So as long as we draw any of the 4 remaining maximum options, we can reincarnate, grab the final piece, and then maximum summon. They are working with a 6-card hand. The 7th Magician plus full meteor impact could come down. And if it does, Attitude Hydron is being destroyed. One back row, not a huge deal. 3 back row is actually quite good for us. As when we maximum summon, cards like Buffered Slime are unable to stop the attack. They're going to need to have exactly access to negate attack if they want to make it out alive. Alright, so we see the Explosion Drive, buffing this up to 3100. Enough to take out even the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Our move, and we do indeed draw one of the pieces that we are looking for. Let's Acceleration, clear this out. Flip up Reincarnation. We will ditch Connector Dog. And we add the right piece to our hand. Then it is time to maximum summon. Yggdrago onto the board. Activate its effect, and we mill 3 for a destruction. Battle phase and swing on in. Unfortunately, a Current of Sparks keeps them alive for one more turn. Alright. But with only 500 left, they are very unlikely to actually be able to win this. Even if they have Trip to the Doomed, or a Full Meteor Impact to remove my boss. My Buffered Slime is also here to protect me. So it is going to take them quite a lot in order to actually be able to get through all of my life points here. Explosion Drive, setting a copy of the Road Magic. But this is only going to be 800 damage. And it requires a discard. I do think the deck is playable. With the introduction of Dark Sword Magician, you are actually able to clear it. You're able to bring out a level 7 or higher spellcaster monster much easier. And Full Meteor Impact is an out to any of the cards like Maximums. And it also gives you value when you are fighting against decks like a machine that bring in multiple boss monsters very consistently. However, it probably is not a meta pick by any stretch of the imagination. And we do see a Road Magic Explosion for minimal damage. But this is not going to be enough to clear out Yggdrago. Do they have another spell set face down? They only have 4 or 5 monsters in the graveyard. However, Talismanic Seal Ray would be enough. But that is not it. They enter the battle phase, and that is game over. Stage 1 is home to a lot of the decks that are not quite as good. Once we get into Stage 2 and up the ladder a little bit further, we are likely to see much stronger players using much more powerful decks. And we are next fighting another Nail. I think this might be the first mirror match. And they are actually on a character skill. However, it still could, technically, be Beyond Curiosity. But now that the game has begun, it is not going to be Beyond Curiosity. a pretty reasonable opener. Plenty of back row and plenty of set monsters. Oh, but they actually instead choose to go for the Attribute Hydron. And 800 debuff leaves it at 17. So I still want to be able to actually clear it properly. I think I start with Connector Dog. And then I am going to use Maximum Ragnarok. And I will return this Yggdrago piece to the bottom of the deck. I Tribute Summon. And then Chaos Femtron is going to turn on my Attribute, as well as let me get some monsters back in hand. We see an Yggdrago piece added. And now as long as we mill any Cyberse monsters, we should be good to go. We have 4 in the graveyard, which is perfect. We add Attribute Hydron. And now we have 3 in the graveyard. Mill another piece. And then Tribute Summon again. I actually did do this out of order, as I am missing out on 200 damage on this Attribute Hydron. Activate the effect a second time. 3rd Attribute in the grave. Now, do I keep this Yggdrago piece? I'm gonna go with yes. Let's enter the battle phase and swing in. They have a trap, and it is unfortunately the negate attack. We end turn. As seems to be the case, our milling is always hitting our useful trap cards. And of course, outing this board is going to be no problem for them, as they already have an Attribute Hydron on board. And a Maximum Ragnarok is going to be able to debuff my monsters considerably. My opponent just milled multiple Yggdrago pieces, so they might even go for a maximum summon here, with all 3 of my Attribute Hydrons in the grave. Outing Yggdrago has gotten a lot harder all of a sudden. And we see a Maximum Ragnarok activating and presumably going to be debuffing my monsters. Card to the bottom of the deck. And just as expected, here comes the one and only Yggdrago. Basically, we are forced to find our own copy of Yggdrago here if we want to stay in the game. Unfortunately for us, we have instead drawn what is known as not that. And the issue is Yggdrago is able to flip up a monster, and then if it flips up the right one, it will debuff our monsters low enough so that Maximum Ragnarok ends the game. I think we could have theoretically played the Connector Dog in attack mode and then brought in the Yggdrago as well. And then we would have survived and been able to stall for one more turn. But this is such a bad situation. I'm willing to take the gamble instead. But given this situation, it is basically only a 1 in 3 chance of winning the game. They flip over the correct monster, and that is going to do it. Definitely a misplay with the way I set these monsters, but it doesn't really matter. We would have been very, very behind. But I'm willing to chalk that up to mostly being unlucky mills. And my opponent also getting the first turn negate attack. And, somehow, despite losing, we are still in a rank-up game. Which is nice to see. If they just set 3, I suppose we'll swing in with these ones. Oh, but they are actually going in attack mode. They have a boss monster they want to bring in. A copy of Mani. We'd love to see any of our bosses here, but unfortunately, we do not. Let's connect a dog. Femtron. Activate our skill. Send you to the top of the deck. Debuff here. Then reset runner and try to crash in. But unfortunately, it looks like they do have a trap. Though they don't activate it. Likely because this isn't that big of a push. And I'm even leaving myself a little bit open with an empty monster zone. And Frank, I agree. Making Max level 10 should mean it's a relatively simple climb. We see another Maximum Ragnarok. And that is a lone Yggdrago backed by 3 traps. I mean, we already know they have something like a slime or negate attack ready to go. We do have the particle acceleration, which should help a little bit. We'll start by swinging in over the one that we know is a trap. And it was slime. Chaos Femtron is up next. And we are going to be adding Attitude Hydron to our hand. We have an extra piece of Yggdrago here. So we bring it out. And then check the graveyard. Okay. Activate the skill. Let's return to the bottom of the deck. Or actually, if we haven't milled our monster reincarnation, getting a copy into the graveyard is not that bad. So we go 1 and 2. Then Tribute Summon. And if they did not draw into negate attack, this could be lethal. Thank you for the follow, Smochi. I want to play around Recital. So we're swinging in with Dark Femtron first. And they do have a Recital. Let's swing in with the second Femtron. And then try to get in for some damage. Unfortunately, they are left with 200 life. As long as we manage to survive the turn, I am hoping this is going to be good enough for us to win. Dark Femtron, it would beat over the Chaos. Though there is also a good chance it gets distributed off using Maximum Ragnarok. Our graveyard is a little bit set up for a monster reincarnation, but we have yet to find any copies of Yggdrago's head. So a maximum summon is a little bit unlikely going into our next turn. But we do have plenty of Attitude Hydrons and Chaos Femtrons in the deck. So pushing in for 200 could be as simple as summoning any boss monster and using Maximum Ragnarok. Alright, Attitude Hydron and Yggdrago's head both clear over a few of my monsters. But that should not be good enough. We unfortunately whiff on the maximum summon. But this is certainly good enough. Let's go ahead and activate our skill. Maximum Ragnarok. We're going to return the Yggdrago piece into the top of our deck. And then we debuff 1 and 2. Perform a tribute summon. And we bring in the Yggdrago head as well. Then, Bell's Tactical returns 2 monsters into our deck. And provides another debuff. Let's enter the battle phase and swing in for a game. We were pretty sure the face down card was a Particle Accelerator, but we still want to play out the turn just in case. I forgot to send over a nice, unfortunately. But with that, we are level 8. Oh, and it looks like we got a glossy SR ticket. Only 2 more ranks to go. Our opponent on a 5 win streak. Will they be on Harpies? Or Blue Eyes? Or one of the many other options? This time around, we are going to be stuck on a Dead Combustion Crisis, as we are going first. And while a piece of Yggdrago is nice to hold, I think it's actually better to keep our Chaos Femtron around, as it does a lot for the deck. Getting extra monsters in the graveyard for Attitude Hydron, and potentially even getting us the maximum that we are giving up anyway here. So unfortunately, they are going to immediately bring out a Harpy Lady Sisters, which means Hysteric Force is going to flip up a monster. Perhaps the Dark Femtron should have been placed in attack mode to minimize the damage. No need to use the Crisis here. Our move, and we draw a Particle Acceleration. Not a bad start. We do have a monster in the graveyard, so Chaos Femtron is here to activate its effect. Let's accelerate, and then start by milling 1 with Reset Runner. It was another Yggdrago piece, unfortunately. However, we are doing much better by milling Attitude Hydron. Also note that this Hydron was the final card we milled, so without the Reset Runner to shuffle our deck, we may not have been able to get to it. After that, we activate our skill. And we will return the Yggdrago head to the bottom of our deck. And that will allow us to go like this and this. Attitude Hydron is summoned using 2 tributes. But that is not all. Battlestar Galvani coming down next. 1 and 2. And a connector dog to round things out. We know we are about to mill a head of Yggdrago. So, instead of doing that, we will start with the Mani to shuffle away a few of these Yggdrago pieces back into the deck for us. And then there should be a new card in the deck for us to mill, like that Femtron. Enter the battle phase and swing over this Harpy. And then swing in for a turn 3 lethal. Frank, that is correct. Combustion Crisis is meant to deal with machines and Hammer Crush decks. And the thought process is, most of the time, we can always use Max of Magnamok to put it on the bottom of the deck if we are in a different matchup where the card is not needed. So it should rarely be a brick. And we are up against a Yuga. Presumably this will be machines, but it could be Explosion Drive, like we saw earlier. It could be Seven's Axel Road. And it could be Magnum Overlord. Or even aggro on Hammer Crush Deal. Yuga is by far going to be the most popular character in this qualifiers. And it looks like they are on aggro. And the issue I am facing is that I have opened Negate Attack. But we know there is a Hammer Crush sitting right there. And they have plenty of monsters to set face down, alongside even more back row. Seems like a powerful opening turn. Alright, we find an Attribute. How do we want to do this? The thing is, we know they have the Hammer Crush. So I am hesitant to actually play this Negate Attack. Instead, I would like to use Chaos Femtron. Activate Maximum Magnamok. Put Negate Attack on the bottom. And bring in our 2 boss monsters. Forcing the opponent to find something like Dragius and a debuff in order to clear. By trading this one off first, we're able to Chaos Femtron and add a monster to our hand. Reset Runner is not particularly powerful, but we will take it. And it appears they are disconnecting. But they are back in. We will trade off Chaos Femtron for Attitude Hydron. But with Monster Reincarnation in the graveyard, there's not much of a reason to mill, though Attitude Hydron might set up for another one later. So we're going to do this, and shuffle the deck. Enter Battle Phase. And maybe we get lucky and run into a low defense monster. But we do not. We know that's a 1500, but what I really want to avoid is a strong effect monster. So, a bit of an unfortunate start. But we did what we could to get a board out. Even a Dragius on its own isn't technically enough here. But a Light Sorcerer into a Light Sorcerer of Sanctity could mean very bad things for us. Light Sorcerer in attack mode means they do have a boss. And of course, apart from Dragius, a card like Trigger Drago would be able to out the Hydron. And a Barrel Dragon might just take out both. Welcome, Panda. I do plan on playing in stage 2. I am not going to try to get too invested, though. I think trying to aim for worlds is going to be a soul-crushing experience. So if that is the goal, it's going to make things way too stressful. But I will try to do about as well as I usually do. And no boss monsters here is a little bit concerning. I could use Mani to debuff that blue eyes. And that seems like a good start. Let's reset runner. Activate the effect. Mill a card. And then use our accelerator over on the right card. And it was Widespread Ruin. A great thing for us to have gotten rid of. Bell Spectacle. Returning probably just the Attitude Hydrons, realistically. Though the Chaos Femtrons are also quite tempting. Maybe I will do one of each. And that is going to debuff Blue Eyes. And then we can use Ragnarok to further accelerate our debuffing. Enter battle. So it seems like we are in a decent position here. Obviously, once again, Dragius is pretty threatening. But we do have 2 of our maximum pieces in our hand. And we shuffled away good cards like Chaos Femtron and Attitude Hydron, which could provide some value. During the last turn, they did end with an extra card in hand. So I'm pretty sure they do have a boss monster ready. But they wanted to summon the Blue Eyes instead of it. So it might be a Dragius is already sitting there, ready to go. And we see a Soul Drake, allowing them to bring in the Blue Eyes White Dragon once again. Seems threatening. However, if they do bring in a Blue Eyes, that means Dragius would not be able to attack. And it would come down to them finding a card like Bright Dragon to fully realize a powerful board state. No, they actually go for a treat summon for Dragius after all. And they mill another Dragius in the process. This is probably a better decision than summoning the Blue Eyes White Dragon, as it gets in for more damage and lets them clear the board. Actually, it might not be quite as much damage. But there it is, the one and only maximum monster. I think we are going to do Chaos Femtron. Activate the effect. Add another piece of a dragon to hand. And then we will just keep it a round. We want to maximum summon. And destroy Dragius. With Widespread Ruin gone, there shouldn't be too much they are able to do here. Buffered Slime does not work against Yggdrago. So let's enter the battle phase and swing in for 4,000. Ending the game without them ever being able to activate that Hammer Crush we saw them set. Presumably, if we manage to win the next one, we will rank up, as we are on a bit of a win streak. Paco, I totally understand that, as a take. I will say the, Hammer Crush decks obviously are running Hammer Crush, so Combustion is not going to resolve as often as we might think. But other than that, I do agree. The popularity of machines does mean people are inadvertently also teching against Dragias. And that may be why we were seeing them on a Blue Eyes variant, where if you are running Blue Eyes, instead of your level 7s like Trigger Drago, you aren't going to have to worry about it nearly as much. So we Reset Runner. Reset Runner is going to enable the Chaos. Unfortunately, we mill a Combustion Crisis rather than an actual monster. But that is still fine. Let's go with an Ig Drago piece here. Then I want the +1. So we Chaos Femtron. Okay, this is actually quite good. Maximum Ragnarok is going to put this back on top of the deck for us. Then we select our 2 monsters. After that, Belsectical Mani is able to be summoned. And with a Cyberse monster in the graveyard, we can use Chaos Femtron to mill the Attitude Hydron, and then add it to our hand, shooting off the Reset Runner, essentially removing the downside of our skill here. Attitude Hydron onto the board. And we have 3 Cyberse in the grave, allowing us to buff it. Then Belsectical Mani, returning a Femtron and an Ig Drago piece into our deck to debuff the Celeste Torero. End of the battle phase. Unfortunately for us, they do have 3 attack mode monsters. Or 3 back row, I mean. And as expected, we do kind of just run into a negate attack. So we are forced to end turn. Paco says, you want to be able to hit key traps like negate attack. And with people running additional back row, you're more likely to end up hitting one of those. That makes sense. And we see someone actually running Blue Eyes Rain. Unfortunately, a turn 1 negate attack is going to be pretty devastating for us. They bring in the Bright Dragon, and if they manage to summon a legend monster here, we are pretty dead. We are in a slightly better position since it is only 2 Bright Dragons, but this is still absolutely a full clear of our board. Not much we could have done unless we drew a Particle Accelerator and then got the 1 in 3 chance. Torero destroys Hydron. And the Bright Dragons take out the rest of our board. And now we have 2,500 monsters we need to deal with. We find 2 pieces of Ig Drago, but that doesn't really feel like enough. I will summon out Connector Dog and my 1 Ig Drago piece. Then Maximum Ragnarok, returning the Ig Drago to the top of the deck. I will debuff this and a Bright Dragon. Ship it out for Belsectical. And then get even more debuffs going through. This time we are returning another Chaos Femtron and another piece of Ig Drago. So actually, hold on. We are already through the negate attack. So we could go for the Attitude Hydron instead. And try to just win it through normal muscling. Let's debuff that even further. And then end of the battle phase, swing over this. And Torero before passing it over. Unfortunately, we, as far as I could tell, did not have a way to provide an actual out to both Bright Dragons. And we lose a negate attack to an Inferno, which means we are now really likely to die here. Welcome, Sarah. Hope you're having a good time. And we see a Talismanic Seal Array almost certainly sealing the game. We already have 1,500 on board. We meet with 22. And a 3,000 attack point monster would be 2,100. So any more normal summons, and that is game. But they actually set a monster. That seems like a misplay. They swing in and leave me at exactly 100 life. What could that set monster possibly be? To not be an out. Let's bring in our Yggdrago piece and activate our particle accelerator. Then, we get into a bit of an odd situation where the Attitude Hydron is required to mill a card. Should I have not used the acceleration? I don't know. So I want to summon out the Hydron, mill, draw another card, and I want to draw like exactly Chaos Femtron to be able to keep playing the game. But I have to out both of these Bright Dragons in order to not lose immediately. So I need to... Well, maybe I can draw into another boss monster. Yeah, I think we just need to somehow lock into another boss. Let's activate Reset Runner. Then, activate the skill and put one of these Hydrons back to the top of the deck. And then tribute out Hydron, number 1, and just kind of hope we get there. I don't really see anything else we can do. Debuffing one of the opponent's monsters doesn't really work that well. Oh, but we mill the other Hydron. It needed to be one further down. Or if we had put our Hydron on top of the deck, we would have been able to draw into this Hydron and then swing in for a couple thousand. Unfortunately, Blue Eyes is going to be taking us out. Yeah, and Galfang points out, even if we didn't use the particle acceleration, in order to bring in the other Hydron, we would have lost to the Talismanic Seal Array, debuffing our monster on the next turn, for sure. We are up first, and just like last time, even though we managed to lose our previous game, we are getting another chance to rank up. Now, I do have the option to bring in 2 Attitude Hydrons turn 1, and that could pose problems for them. Though it does require giving up our particle acceleration. I think that is fine though. Let's go ahead, Chaos Femtron. Then activate our skill, Max our Ragnarok, to put this on the bottom. Select 2 monsters. And then bring in Attitude Hydron, number 1. Then mill 3, add a card to hand. I'll grab an Yggdrago piece. And then I will bring in Attitude Hydron, number 2. There is always the risk of a Mirror Innovator if we set this piece face down. So I am kind of but if they swing in the Mirror Innovator, then it means we actually get to keep our Hydron on board. So I am going to set this Yggdrago piece and pass it over. And also, I'm going to be right back. I need to grab some more water. We are back. And it looks like our opponent is running Magnum Overlord rather than the other, which works for me. Let's Chaos Femtron and mill 3 cards. We are looking for a tribute monster. We actually find 2 of them. Bell's Tactical Money allows us to tribute summon. And we aren't going to use the skill just yet, as we are going to be using another Chaos Femtron to look for a 3rd boss. Let's activate the effect and add another Yggdrasil piece into our hand. Then we will mill with Hydron, and it lets us draw another card. And finally, Bell's Tactical Money. Going to return any heads of Yggdrasil into our deck to provide a debuff onto the 7-Sword Magician. Ragnarok returning this Connector Dog to the bottom and debuffing the 7-Sword Magician even further. Enter battle. Swing over this. And hopefully this isn't a cat. Okay, perfect. And now we pass it over. Though I am now noticing they have 2 cards in hand. And we know they have a maximum piece on top of the deck. However, they do not draw it. So, that is a quick win. And we reach Duel level 9. Just 1 more to go. So, chat, have we been able to resolve even a single trap card today? I feel like we've just been constantly milling them with our Femtrons. And speaking of traps, here is a Combustion Crisis. Our opponent, once again, not on Ultimate Bond, meaning it is very unlikely to do anything. Felix ditching a Torn of the Windweaver. And with a splat, this is presumably Axel Road. But it still could be Explosion Drive or Magnum. The answer is a bit odd, for sure. I could bring in the double Yggdrasil pieces, but I'm not sure we really need to. Just in case they bring in double 7-Sword Magician, though, that is so unlikely. I think we are going to get rid of the Combustion Crisis after all. But like I said, rather than summon out 2 Yggdragos, we actually get a little bit more damage if we go like this. And we get to keep a head in hand for next turn. We could play around Recital, but this plays around Recital as well. And as well as cards like Barrier and Curtain of Sparks. Oh, Pago, I've definitely seen Card Fighter around, for sure. Simply good at the game. And Panda, yeah, Overlord is a stressful matchup, though I tend to just completely ignore it and go all in. Basically, forcing them to draw into the maximum on an early turn if they want to win. Alright, so we see a Dark Magician Girl And it is indeed a Magnum deck. Okay, and as you can see, with a Talismanic Seal Array, had I summoned the other Yggdrago piece, both of them would have been outed anyway. Alright, we finally find one Magnum piece. And they are going to be swinging in for a huge amount of damage. Seal Array is a 2,000 debuff on Yggdrago, meaning we take full damage. But as far as I can tell, these look like good draws to me. Let us start with Reset Runner, and we mill. Then we Chaos Femtron, and we mill even more. Let's go ahead and activate the effect, and add a Bell Spectacle Money to our hand. Then, we can summon, our Yggdrago piece, and we can activate our skill, Max or Ragnarok, and return the Yggdrago head to the top of the deck. Then we will debuff our 2 weaker monsters to bring in Attitude Hydron and Bell Spectacle Mani. Treat this monster as 2 tributes. Yes. Then treat that monster as 2 tributes as well. Then our graveyard. 8 Cyburst monsters means Hydron allows us to draw an additional card. And then Bell Spectacle Mani is going to shuffle away our 2, well, not the Yggdrago heads, as we already have one in hand. But the other pieces are a solid choice. And that is going to debuff the 7-Zone Magician by 900. Enter the battle phase. Clear out, Dark Magician Girl, clear out 7's Road Magician, and then swing in with Hydron for game. Even though we didn't use our Combustion Crisis, we were able to send it to the bottom of the deck. And then, by not milling any spell cards, our Hydron was live for drawing another card. And was able to get big enough to clear over. I have actively been considering running a very Monster Mash version of the deck. Just to make sure the Hydrons are going live as soon as possible. But even if Negate Attack is only resolving 1 every 10 games, it is probably such a huge impact on those games that it feels wrong to remove it. This is a pretty weak start, but we are going to keep the Yggdrago head in our hand and see what our opponent does. 2 defensive mode monsters should be okay-ish. Overload only can really pierce if they draw Tornet exactly. I am expecting to lose some life points, but it's also possible they draw multiple tribute monsters or multiple back row, and that works out for me. Now we just need to draw some low levels so we can get into the board. Okay. I think we need to debuff the opponent's monsters rather than our own. So that is Yggdrago, right side. Then Acceleration. Well, okay, actually Connector Dog and Dark Femtron. Then Ragnarok, returning Connector Dog to the bottom. We will debuff the Dark Magician Girl and our Yggdrago piece. And then 2 tributes for sure. Bring it out, and the Dark Magician Girl is debuffed by Ragnarok, allowing us to clear, rather than needing to crash into the 1500. Yggdrago brings it down, and we swing. And pass it over. We know they do have, the green piece. But that is only one of the three. Alright, and then reveal green again, of course. And then debuff the Yggdrago. So no Talismanic Steel Rays are coming in this time. We see a Mystic Dealer, and they draw into a back row, flipping over an Ancillor. Not a super strong board. And once again, they are still with just the one green piece. And on top of that, the dealer is not able to clear either of my other monsters. Alright, we draw into one of our Yggdrago pieces. All three pieces are in the graveyard. So, if we were to use Reset Runner, to get extra monsters in the grave, that's still only 2, 4, 5, 7, seems pretty unlikely we'll be able to use this attribute this turn. And unfortunately, the top card was another Yggdrago piece, but it's the one we already have. Okay. How do we want to do this? Do we want to mill the monster reincarnation? Not particularly. I think we are going to use Maximum Ragnarok and return this to the top of the deck. And then we are going to pick Reset Runner and Ancillor. We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 monsters going to be in the graveyard. We tribute summon normally. After the effect, and that is our 8th one, allowing us to draw a new monster. And then we attribute Hydron again. This time, it is treated as 2 tributes. So, we will get to draw yet another card. And as the 3rd attribute Hydron. We can also reincarnate for a Chaos Femtron. And then mill even more. But I don't see that being particularly useful. So let us set here. And then play around a negate attack by setting our Connect Dog as well. Enter the battle phase, and if these 2 attacks manage to connect, that is game. Oh, and welcome, Shadow Mew. So, the Yggdrago piece, 2 tributes for a vanilla 2000. But if you manage to draw it alongside the other 2 named monsters, it's able to just, essentially win you the game on the spot. I have not summoned very many of them. But if you aren't familiar with the Rush Duels that much, the maximum monsters are 3 individual pieces, somewhat like Exodia. And if you draw all 3 of them, you can summon them out as one big monster, doubling the attack from 2,000 to 4,000. And then it's able to destroy a monster on the opponent's field for free. And it's even able to switch one of their defense monsters into attack mode. Essentially allowing, allowing it to get through to the life points every turn. Okay, so we might be up against a Harpy player, but it also could just be Blue Eyes. The question is whether or not we want to go all in on the Chaos Femtrons this turn. Or we keep them for later. I think we'll use 1 and see if we can find a boss. Unfortunately, we don't. So we're just going to set this other Yggdrago piece, throw this face down, and pass here. Definitely not a great opening, especially if we are losing the monster reincarnation. Oh, and Paco makes a good point. It could be Noodles, but with a Ghost Cyclone, it's almost definitely going to be Harpies here. Alright, setting back row. The issue is we have lost 2 particle acceleration already, and we see a Dory Auto. we have no idea what they're running at this point. Harpies should not be running Dragon's Inferno. They should be running Ghost Cyclone. If you're running 3 Cyclone already, and then also want to run an Inferno, that's okay. Unfortunately for us, we walked right into a Dragius. Perhaps they are just on something like life point gain. So we are taking over 2,000 damage. We do manage to find a Drago head here. But are we going to be able to maximum summon? It requires finding the final piece, which we do not. But now we do have 2, 3, 4, 5 monsters in the graveyard. So that'll be 6, 7, and 8 again, just like last time. Let's summon Attitude Hydron. Then we summon Yggdrago left. Activate skill. Looks like we are back. I apologize for any blips in the connection there. By the way, Shadow Mew, are you fully here? Or were you just getting off of work? We can bring in Connector Dog. However, this is a very risky play, as them flipping immediate attack is basically game. That's already 1,500 damage on board. Widespread Ruin, also pretty threatening, but not nearly as bad for us as the new Legend Trap. We pass turn. Pago says, would not run 3 Cyclones. Always feel like getting walled mid-game because they aren't clearing the board. That is fair. I mean, I know some machine lists have been running up to like 5 or 6 back removal. But that does seem excessive. Okay, so obviously we probably are not going to be maximum summoning here. And we also are running out of cards in our deck. 1, 2, how many of each piece are in the graveyard? We could theoretically find the maximum. But even if we do, we wouldn't be able to get in for lethal. So we need to preserve our card advantage here. Dark Femtron is coming down. Activate skill and Maximum Ragnarok is going to return the head to the top of the deck. Let us bring in some boss monsters. And this should serve as some protection to dying. Enter battle. And we swing on over. We are still not really sure what they are running exactly. But I am pretty concerned about our rapidly decreasing deck size here. If they set 3 and pass over and over, we may not be able to do anything. However, if they are going through that many cards every turn, surely they will deck out before us. We draw 2 pretty important looking trap cards here. Let's go ahead and set them. Then activate the skill, Maximum Ragnarok, and return this to the top of the deck, debuffing our very own Attitude Hydron, as it is still going to be able to clear through anything they could possibly set face down. And we pass it over. And like Paco says, if they go for a deck out strategy, we will actually be able to maintain the same 5 cards in hand. And they go for a Mystic Dealer. They are making a play. Magical Stream. Are they going to destroy both of our back row? They hit the negate attack. But we do still have a Combustion Crisis to potentially save us. And it is Witch. Witch and Magician. How much damage is that? 3,900 and 2,800 is 500 plus 19. Okay, that is only 24. So we should be able to survive with 1,000 life, unless they also flip up a Talismanic Seal Ray here. But they are entering battle. And they clear out the Attitude Hydron. So far, this makes sense. I think I let it through. 1,600 goes down to 800. A maximum summon's not going to win us the game here. Do we Combustion Crisis? I suppose so. The extra damage might end up being useful. Oh, and they actually crashed the Witch because they aren't on 7's Axle Road. So then, maximum summoning does actually win us the game. Let's go ahead and shuffle some cards back into the deck. And maximum summon. Yeah, it is possible they are running a copy of the Guard, which would be quite disastrous for us. Let's go ahead and use Ragnarok to return one more card into our deck. Send this to the bottom. And debuff this one. And then we destroy it. End of the battle phase, and we do manage to not deck out, even if they were able to stop the attack. But we weren't going to have nearly enough cards to actually do anything with. In any case, we send them a nice. And we have done it. Stage 1 completed. We've reached dual level max. And it's just telling us when the qualifiers begin. Yeah, and like Galefang says, we actually got our final win with a maximum summon, which is pretty neat, if you ask me. Now, I know Shadow Mew did message me earlier, and I think we were going to, do a little bit of showing them a round Duel Links, as they are a new / returning player. Let me go see if they are a round. While we wait for them to answer, we could, do some upkeep here. I think we are done with the bingo, oh, but I should actually remember to clear these gems. I finally got my first Shaman Octopus not too long ago. So let's see how many gems are sitting in this inbox. From 4,300 to 49. And we're actually going even further. 49.63. About 500 gems ready to go. And I could do a game of Blue Eyes over in the other qualifiers. Though I definitely don't plan on participating in stage 2 of this event. Also, I currently actually have my stage grinding deck, which was clearing out the Scud mission and preventing the effect damage. So I would not want to queue with this. So let's go ahead and switch decks and go for a round of Battle Chronicle. Rare speed duel content coming from this channel. So the Drago deck ended up doing overall pretty well, I would say. Obviously we lost a few games, but we were winning much more than we were losing. I know some people were playing machines and went a 20 game win streak to reach max. So we weren't that lucky. But overall, I'd say it was smooth enough. I have no idea what this deck does. So I'm just going to pretend it does nothing. Let's go ahead and discard Dragon. Oh, they actually have a response here. Though, it might just be something like DD Crow. Lancia. What does that do? I can't banish. I don't think my deck banishes any cards. Seemed a little bit premature. Unless they were trying to set up the graveyard for something else. Alright, and they have another card. Maybe an Effect Veiler. I can activate my skill here. And add the Successor Soul to hand while milling the Fusion. Then we set these face down. And I could summon out Dingyirsu. But I do want to keep the Successor Soul online without giving up all of my monsters. So we are going to go like this. Obviously if they drop a Dark Hole on us, that would be problematic. But otherwise, I think having the two monsters on board is probably better than going for the Xyz. If anyone plays speed duels and is more knowledgeable, feel free to correct me. Otherwise, I'll keep playing the way I do. Alright, so they are revealing, the Loci. But I still don't really know what these cards do. When they activate a card effect that targets a plant-type monster. Special summon and negate the effect. That sounds problematic. Unfortunately, I could go for the pop on the Loci here. Maybe that was preferable. But I am going to see what else they are doing. And of course, Ultimate Fusion actually does not target. So I could always go for that afterwards. Alright, so Sowing brings out another Sunseed monster. And what's this one do? You can banish this card. And they are chaining this. And then they are able to special summon a Sunvine from the extra deck. Okay, so we are going to wait for all of this to resolve. And then we're going to try to blow up the field, I think. Sunvine Healer. And Genus Loci. Healer effect. Wait, but this isn't a once per turn. And what is this doing? If this leaves the field by card effect, destroy it. So the healer can be automatically destroyed. But so far none of these cards actually do anything. So I'm not that concerned. Maybe I want to wait for them to consolidate their monsters into something bigger. Okay, this could be it. Special summon a Loci from the graveyard. Cannot be targeted for attacks. That is fine with me as well. So, waiting for the monster to come out. And then we're going to pop the Melios and the Loci here with Ultimate Fusion. I'll bring in the smaller one. And we use both of the monsters on our current board. Then we destroy 1 and 2. Oh, but they have a response. This doesn't target, though, I thought. Oh, sewing actually prevents the destruction. I didn't read that. And they have another effect with the thing here. And then they can play a loci from the deck onto the board. So they can keep going with the combo. Alright, flipping up, of course, the loci one more time. Unfortunately, Successor Soul is going to be blocked if I go for it. Which is part of why I chose the Burst Dragon. Special Summon a Sunseed. Maybe I should have tried killing them earlier on. Alright, Thrasher onto the board. If the card is special summoned, this card gains a bunch of attack. And then it's able to attack a bunch of times. But that is still barely any damage. Since it should only be 200 times 3. Oh, and here comes the big boss. Cannot be destroyed by card effects and cannot be targeted for attacks. Tribute a link monster to destroy cards I control. But if they destroy the Thrasher, then they wouldn't be able to actually do the attacks. And it's not a quick effect. Red Fire, I can't use Successor Soul on this, as I know they have a copy of Sunvine Maiden in their hand. And if I target the Dryanthony, it is not going to work out for me. Alright, so I know the set card is Sun Avalon Bloom. If they control a link for a higher monster, they're able to negate the effects of the monsters I control. Then, it's able to gain a bunch of attack. They actually aren't able to kill the Blue-Eyed Twin-Burst Dragon, because it can't be destroyed by battle. Thrasher is also from the extra deck, so I don't think I can Successor Soul either of these monsters. Sunvine Maiden is going to stop that. I will try to destroy the back row, but I'm pretty sure this doesn't work either. Dragon, Spirit of White, targets, but they flip it face up. And I'm pretty sure its effect also negates all of my cards. It does. Okay. And then I don't really have anything else. However, I can force out the effect. With Successor Soul, I'm going to be able to tribute off Dragon Spirit of White. And then target the Dryanthony. And this forces out the Maiden. But the Dragon Spirit of White is going to go through. Maiden is put onto the board. But the Dragon Spirit of White is going to destroy the trap card. Then, I, enter the battle phase. And I can remove the Maiden. Or maybe I can't. And then we pass. Unfortunately, it looks like this actually keeps the effect of negating all of my monsters, even though it isn't on the board anymore. So they are going to win the game by Thrasher stealing my monster, and probably then swinging in a bunch more. Um. Alright, and we see the Thrasher destroying my monster. But it actually doesn't steal my monster either. I'm not really sure why. When this card destroys an opponent's monster and sends it to the graveyard, I guess they just didn't want it. And that's fine with me. We're going to try to steal the Sunvine Thrasher. Okay. We might actually be able to do something with this. Let's start with Melody. And send this to the graveyard. And then add a bunch of monsters, and our goal is to kind of just combo off with these. Special summon the alternative dragon. And pop this. Oh, wait, it can't be destroyed by card effects. That is still fine. We can, theoretically, just swing in for lethal as well. With our two big dragons. I could also go for a special summon, bring in something like Ding Yirsu. But I would like to try just attacking. And I will see what they do. And our first attack actually goes through. Will this one connect as well? It does, and we win the game. Despite being bricked up for several turns in a row. I feel like they probably could have done something differently to win that. Definitely a weird game. And we are up first with a chance to summon out something. I'm not really sure what the right play is here. I guess we'll bring in the BLS. And that'll let us activate the skill. Battle Chronicle sends the fusion to the graveyard. And then we're going to just set the other three. And we will see what Joey is running. Notably, we actually cannot use the Successor Soul right now. As we do not have any effect monsters on board. But I feel like Joey is not currently a meta character. And they aren't on an archive skill either. A lone disciple of the forbidden spell. But there aren't any attributes in the graveyard, so the effect does nothing. They pass it over. That means it is time for our bingo machine. We want to bring in our alternative dragon. So we are just going to reveal 3 copies of regular old Blue Eyes. And we will start working through all of this back row. Special summon the dragon. Activate its effect to destroy the disciple. Then, I think we are going to go for the Dingirsu here. Dingirsu allows me to send one of those monsters, or one of those back row, to the grave. We know how to summon another Blue Eyes, and this could be it. We have 5,600 damage on board. And we are protected from cards like Mirror Force as well. Wall Disruption, unfortunately, is going to be a huge debuff. So we end turn. Qualifier says climbed up to 15 with Luna. Lunalite Clehort. Yeah, 15 to 100, or 15 to 20 is a lot more difficult than the first, or than the other 3/4 of the climb. For sure. Alright, we draw a Melody of Awakening Dragon. So let's go ahead and ditch the Skullmeister for a couple of Blue Eyes White Dragons. Then we normal summon Blue Eyes number 2. I'm going to have to summon out the one and only Nightmare Phoenix. Oh, but it has to tribute over this, which is a little bit unfortunate. I don't have the auto placement set up properly, but this is fine. Nightmare Phoenix is going to get rid of the Swords of Revealing Light. I'm going to have to swing in for a game. Enter battle and swing over. No Mirror Force in sight. And we made it up to Duel level 11. By the way, if any of you are primarily rush players, all of these cards are easy to get. Like, this is a free card. This is from a structure deck. This is free. This is from the card trader. This is from structure decks. These are from structure decks. These are dream tickets, which we would be using on Crackdown anyway. And then it's like card trader, structure, etc. So if you are ever considering starting Speed, Blue Eyes is a relatively affordable deck. What is this? So this is an agent deck. I hear these are quite good. But I have no idea what they actually do. So, let's bring in Black Leisure Soldier and set 3. And see if that is good enough to get us where we need to go. Sending Blue Eyes Ultimate to the grave. Set a card, and set a card. Alright, let's see how they deal with a lone 3,000 attack point vanilla. So, the first one is just a restriction. This one sends monsters to the graveyard, then adds the field spell to the deck. And then lets you shuffle the monsters from your hand to the deck to add agents to the deck. To hand. Okay. What does this do? Supposed to summon any agent monster from the hand or graveyard? Sure. Okay. They're trying to go for the shine balls. And obviously we are going to crack down that right away. We do not want them getting infinite summon material. Welcome, Mr. K. I am actually, right after this game, about to start another event. With showing somebody some Duel Links. They said they are ready. What is this? Once per turn, banish a light fairy type monster. And then destroy a card. So they're going to be able to destroy the Crackdown if I don't do something about it. Why am I not able to Successor Soul here? I can tribute off the Venus. Is this thing not targetable or something? I don't know why it's not activatable. I own an effect monster. But unfortunately, I guess, I am reading something wrong. So it is what it is. Alright, they get Sanctuary in the Sky, of course. Send a Sanctuary Sky to the graveyard, or add Earth to the hand. Still fine with that. So Red Fire, what does Skyrogue actually do? They are trying to destroy the monster. But that is fine, since Ultimate Fusion is from the graveyard anyway. And then Agent's Moon is tributing itself and hurting the Successor Soul. Also fine. Alright, another Venus, of course. Maybe I should try looking up this Skyrogue thing. I don't see it. Oh, is it Rouge? No. I have no idea what the card is. So if we see it, I will see it. Another Shine Ball onto the board. Another Hyperion. Until the end phase, the card's name becomes some agent's name. And it gains their effects. And it's going to be able to use Hyperion to banish 2 monsters and destroy both of my cards. So even if I use the Ultimate Fusion here, to bring out a boss monster. They are going to be able to banish another card, and they even have the Herald of Green Light anyway. So that is going to be game. Obviously, I missed something where I wasn't able to use the Venus as tribute for Successor Soul. And I still don't fully know why. Wait, why are they still going? Okay. And it is battle phase time. So now we are going to be trying to do some screen sharing. With Shadow Mew, who is learning how to play the game. For the second or third time. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I can't really hear you that well.
That is weird.
Okay.
Let me check something.
I was able to turn it up, so it is working now.
All right, good. I wasn't sure if it was me on my end.
So how are you doing?
I am doing okay. I just beat Joey.
Oh, nice work. So what stage are you on? And I guess let's
3.
Okay, you're almost done with the tutorial.
It's about to be 4.
By the way, Duel Links does have like a new player bonus for like a friend invite thing, which will give you some Blue Eyes cards if you're interested in speed. So let me send you that code.
So
while you
I
get
just
the
completed
screen sharing on.
the tutorial.
Oh, is it download time?
And it just told me there is now a 6 gigabyte download.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you about earlier.
I thought I'd already downloaded everything.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it works just like all of those mobile games where you download the tutorial info and then you start downloading the rest of the game after beating the tutorial. Well, I guess depending on how good your internet connection is, this could be a waiting the rest of the night for it to download, or a few minutes, or
well,
anywhere in between.
It is a single number every 2 seconds, so it has 1,000 of those numbers to go.
Okay, that's pretty quick, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess if you want to start sharing your screen, I'll try to...
I would recommend probably not doing that, because it's just the Yu-Gi-Oh! Quiz in the download right now.
Oh, we can take some incredible quiz content. I mean, it's better than just staring at my screen, which is the same thing, isn't it?
That is fair. All right, share that. There we go.
Now I know these quizzes have some real tough. I need to pop this out. And then figure out how I actually.
Oh, you good? You there?
Oh, I think so.
We good?
Hello?
All right, that was weird. You definitely were like, yeah, we're good. I hear you now.
Okay. Let's see.
Also,
maybe
Frank Anderson in your chat wants you to introduce me.
Oh, that is probably a good place to start. I guess, do you want to just talk about what kind of things you make, etc.?
Oh, sure. Hello, I am Shadow Mew. I also have a YouTube channel. Me and Hylister did some cross-duel content like a year ago, back when, it wasn't dead. And I primarily play things like deck-building roguelikes in Minecraft. Primarily that first one. It's very fun just doing runs and losing. And then doing it again.
So, what games have you been playing recently?
Recently, it's been one called Rogue Voltage, which is you wire up little robotic computer parts in your backpack to blast enemies, and try to get to the end, where you find out why the world is in an apocalypse. Very fun. It gets almost weekly updates. Not right now. This week they are off, having a vacation. Also, I like the answer responses to this quiz question of, is it possible to create point battle rooms for legacy duels? It's possible, it's unthinkable, or it's impossible.
I mean, unthinkable is surely the correct answer. I think they just really needed a third option. Yes, no, and no number 2. Wow.
It was incorrect.
You see, now, this one I don't know either. These are all the same character to me.
I don't know any of these names. I feel like they're just making people up now.
I'm pretty sure Lester is a Donkey Kong character, actually. That might be Luster, though.
I'm gonna say Aporia. That sounds the most Yu-Gi-Oh name.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Aporia. That sounds like the most Yu-Gi-Oh name here. Hey!
You did it.
Which of these are printed on a trap card? I mean, technically the level's printed if it's a trap monster.
I mean, in the card text, just not in the level
It's
area.
not printed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so probably the symbol. Let's go.
So you said you were re-downloading Duel Links. When did you first play the game?
When it came out.
Yeah, that was my experience too. I played back during the initial formats and then took a very, very long break. And then started recently-ish. In terms of speed duel cards or the normal format, is there any particular deck that you're thinking you'd want to play?
Metaphys.
I am probably not going to be super helpful with that because I don't even know what that is. But there are good resources online. So, yeah. I'm going to go look that up.
Dang it. Man, I was getting answers in the chat. I missed it. No. They were trying to tell me the answer to that quiz question. I'm sorry, I failed you. So Metaphys are an archetype that I don't think they have, like, the normal summon in the deck.
Oh, yeah, they are missing the level 4.
Yeah.
But, okay, I know who Horus is. I know who Nephthys is. So it's a bunch of retrains. It's one of those types. Yeah. Interesting.
Their whole gimmick is they like being banished.
Yeah, so obviously you played at Crossbowl, and do you go to, like, locals? Do you play the physical game? Is that what got you into or what made you want to try out Duel Links again?
I saw they were adding heroes to Rush Duel.
Okay, that makes sense.
Not in the game, but
yeah.
Physical Rush Duel. Using logic and this thing called reasoning, they might eventually add that to Duel Links.
Yeah, I mean, they added the Harpy Ladies, which were a deck that dominated the physical game to such an extent that I didn't think we were going to get the Harpies anytime soon. But with the way that Duel Links works, they are able to bring in kind of whatever they want and balance it. Given the focus on decks like Harpies and Blue Eyes, I would expect the heroes to show up earlier than people might expect. I'm not sure if the hero structure deck is out yet. But in Rush Duels, we also got Chaos Femtron, which released maybe like a month before it was introduced to Duel Links. So they are willing to put in very recent cards. For sure.
Nice.
And I think the heroes are probably what they're going to do when fusions come out. that'll probably, because every set, they seem to want to bring in something that players of speed duels are going to recognize. So the heroes are obviously a pretty good choice for that. And it'll probably be a little bit tamer than something like Cyber Dragon or all of the Gaia cards, would be my guess.
They're gonna bring in the Ojamas.
Yeah, we actually don't have Ojamas in Rush Duel, but I think they would be pretty strong. Being able to summon an Ojama King and then shut down all 3 of the opponent's monster zones seems a little bit toxic. Anything like Ground Collapse becomes way stronger when there are only 3 zones to summon things in.
They'll eventually add Kashtira to Speed Duel, and then nobody will be happy.
I hear Ash Blossom, was added as an NPC card recently. So, you know, they're preparing. And we recently got Sky Striker, which is a pretty relevant deck, I would say.
Sky Striker? You mean I get to play Engage to search a Sky Striker card and draw a card?
They just gave us Pot of Greed. How could they do such a thing?
No, it's better than Pot of Greed. You get to know what one of the cards is.
That is true. I guess I should also
That's
be
silenced. How dare you?
looking at the chat. I completely missed. Welcome, Flukas. And yeah, I was a fan of Cross Duel. I definitely didn't play all the way until the end. But I think it was a good game. Apart from, like, the early... I think the structure and the lack of advertisement, etc., all led to its downfall. But I think it could have been a successful game. Like, it had enough stuff going on in it.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of cool potential with the Cross Duels. I feel like instead of making Cross Duels how it was, though, they should have maybe tried to make Deckmaster format the focus.
Like doing more
They
with...
haven't done that in real life.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely a lot they could do with it. They need to be really careful with either the rule set or what cards they introduce into the game. I know Deckmaster is essentially non-functional the way they've currently played it, or the way it's currently written down, because you are able to do... It works like...
It's impossible.
Yeah. So, for those of you who don't know, Deckmaster format basically lets you choose a monster and set it as your Deckmaster. And, like in the Virtual World arc, if you summon it out and it gets destroyed, I'm pretty sure you lose. However...
Yeah, immediately.
You also get the monster's effect while it is not on the field. It's in, like, its little special Deckmaster zone. And then you just put something like Last Warrior from Another Planet or Spell Canceller in there. It's a bunch of people stopping players from playing the game. And
So
it does not work.
Deckmaster? You know. Fossil Dyna. Who's yours?
Yeah.
Jowgen. Good game.
Certainly an odd way to do it. Especially since you're able to put extra decks in there too. As far as I remember. Wow. You see, half the questions are like this. Where there's literally only one option. And the other questions in the quiz will be, how many downloads did we have 2.5 years ago? Where there's no way you're gonna know.
What is the current download? What is the current amount of downloads we have as of right now? This second. What kind of spell is this? I wonder. I wonder what kind it is.
Oh, hey, I know that one.
I don't know.
That one is Phantom Bind. But I feel
Phantom
like you'd be able to figure that out, given the phantoms on it, and the lack of wind or dragons.
Which of the following rules is correct about dimension duels and dark side dimensions?
Have you seen the movie?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna assume the last one.
That is correct. Basically, you bring out them by pinning things on. Let me turn off one of them. Okay, there we go. Anyway, welcome, Fallen. Thank you for the raid. Oh, I should probably change the name of the stream title at this point.
Probably should. Also, how would you describe Seto Kaiba? Would you say he's friendly, shy, or prideful?
I mean, he's quite the tsundere, so shy, for sure. Always pretending that Yugi is not his friend.
What is it? Definitely Ojama country.
How are you gonna rob the graves if you don't have your many knives? I mean, 1,000 knives? No thank you. That's clearly only like 10. They are missing 990 knives.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that's 11 knives at minimum.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say triple trio.
That is correct.
Great. I didn't know if it could have been Fire Guardian. I wouldn't know. I know this one. What's this character's skill? Love is pain. Because Yubel is a freak.
Sounds right to me.
What's the name of this card?
Well, we have the alligator head and the axe head. So it must be the twin-headed.
Yeah. The card. How am I supposed to know this?
Amabie is the only one that's. Well, Amoeba might be a card, but it's gotta be the middle one.
Amabi?
Yeah.
What type of card is this? That's easy. That's a soon-to-be winged beast.
I think even the ultimate great moths are still insects, right? Like, surely.
What do you get for completing the event? What event?
They all have titles, for
what
sure.
Event?
It's the event.
The event, you know, that one.
Mm-hmm. I mean, is there any proof that Yubel has not, like, possessed this character?
Eye color.
That makes sense. Shows always be doing that.
They might be possessed by Tristan, though.
That is true.
Definitely Crow, though. What was Joey splashed with when riding his bicycle to school with DSOD?
I imagine it's water, but I don't know. I hope it's not ketchup. Water. I feel like you can't really splash with ketchup.
The worst day. That'd be the... No, you could. It was just like, you know when you leave the ketchup bottle out? And all the water collects at the top of it? That.
Okay. They're not that crazy.
A card responds to another card. It creates...
I mean, it's a collab, for sure.
Collaboration.
Yeah, because you're both choosing to do things. And I mean, lots of cards in a chain does sound like a combo to me.
Okay, I only know what this card's name is because I know the other two cards.
Yeah.
But thinking of this this is the worst art I have ever seen on a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Okay, so this card I'm pretty sure is actually censored.
Why is her face like that?
So let me go find out what the original art is.
Art?
What?
I'm not curious. I was wondering if like the original art was like her already dead instead of just being there scared. Oh. The original art is a guillotine.
Yeah, there are no people in it. It is just a guillotine.
That makes Mystery Monster changed to a special version. Honestly, all those are valid options.
Right? Which monster?
Of a certain monster. That you're gonna know which one it is.
Right, like, I feel like if it was
Just
Blue Eyes,
get to
then it could be
know.
the anniversary, but if it was like Ojama King, then it'd be April Fool's.
The April Fools.
I have no
I wanna
idea.
say the first anniversary. Nope. I wish it would tell you the correct answer.
Yeah. Or what the monster was.
What kind of spell is this? That's a field spell. What character had a birthday celebration in the game?
I mean, it has to
Kaiba?
be Kaiba, right? Because it's his game.
Yeah. What type of card is this? That's easy. It's a pyro. I know. I know Snake Eyes. Well,
I don't. I'm vaguely familiar with the deck, but I do not play modern Yu-Gi-Oh! So what's going on in the Yu-Gi-Oh! World right now?
I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Okay,
Says the
good
Rust
choice.
Rule content creator. Everything's on fire, both figuratively and literally. Because the best deck is Fire King with Snake Eyes.
Is it? I know that Snake Eyes has a lot of variants. So is Fire King the main one then?
Yeah, because of the fact that if your Snake Eyes stuff doesn't work out, as long as you have one piece of Fire King, you can just proceed to use the Fire King stuff to combo through.
Yeah, that is...
The issue with the deck is that it's just very resilient.
With so many archetypes having these one-card starters, I'm waiting for the meta to become just like 60-card decks where you run all of like 5 different archetypes to have infinite ability to play through things.
Have you ever heard of a card called That Grass Looks Greener?
I have. Is it not banned?
Do you know what That Grass Looks Greener does?
I do. I thought it was very dead though. I thought we weren't allowed to play it anymore.
In the TCG, no. In the OCG, yes.
I see. So what are they playing over there instead?
Because the OCG's philosophy... Oh, they don't play That Grass Looked Greener still because it's just not worth playing it anymore. But it's one of those cards that if you open it and your opponent can't stop it, you are likely winning that round.
I mean, sending 20 cards to my graveyard? What am I supposed to do? They're all gone now. It's just not anything I'd be able to do with cards in my graveyard.
Have you ever heard of
What?
Tearlaments?
No. I mean, yeah, they're probably crying because of how many cards were sent to the graveyard and are now completely unusable because they're in the graveyard.
Listen, they'll only be crying if the immediate follow-up to you activating That Grass Looks Greener is then Dimension Shifter.
Okay.
Do you know what happens in that situation?
Okay, well, consider this. That Grass Looks Greener is not going to do anything because my opponent is also on a 60-card deck.
If your opponent's also running 60 cards, then the Grass Looks Greener is just dead.
Yeah, exactly. See? Useless card. Never going to do anything.
I mean, it does it now. Dope Red Fire, that Salamangre got boosted on Master Duel now that Link Rebo was banned in the TCG. To be fair, though, I'm more impressed that Link Rebo survived as long as it did.
I don't know, it seems like
That card was directly responsible for a lot of problems.
Card. I see, I don't know, like, when I read it by itself, I don't know why it's crazy. I'm like, yeah, that seems like a fair card to me.
So, the issue with it isn't the fact of what it does in itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's how it's summoned is the problem.
Is it just like any monster?
It has, I think, I don't remember the specifics. I think it's a level 4 or lower monster. Let me go check real fast. Maybe a level 1
No, it has
monster.
to be a level 1.
Yeah, one level 1 monster.
I mean,
The
who
issue with
even
that
runs those?
Is that there's a lot of decks
Mm-hmm.
that were relevant that use those. You know, Snake Eyes, Tyralements, Ubel, funny enough,
Mm-hmm.
and Salamangreat.
I mean, Salamangreat already has its own Link 1, though.
Yeah.
I just don't know
This
what the
is
combos are.
In case you need another one.
Mm-hmm. I guess that
It's
makes
also
sense.
just generic protection, because if you summon it, your opponent has to out it by not attacking it. Otherwise, their monster loses all of its attack.
You see, the thing I've mostly seen Link Karibo do is be summon and then end turn when people brick. That is my experience with the card.
Yeah.
So, much less threatening than
to
whatever
be
it's
fair,
actually
though,
doing.
Did it do its job?
No.
Did you just blow it up?
Yeah, basically. If they're ending on a lone Link 1 monster,
That would
they'd be dying.
that would do it. Also, this is easily the most obvious card quiz question ever because it is a Raid Raptor.
Yes.
Da-da-da-da-da.
I think it would be funnier if the name of the card was just listed there.
That's not fair. 2 of those are the right answer.
Yeah,
That's
where
not a fair
are the
question.
brothers?
Well, you see, we used to have Harpy Brother,
Mm-hmm.
but then they had to replace him and turn him into Sky Scout because they couldn't have a generic vanilla be a Harpy. That wasn't a Harpy lady.
That sounds right.
I want to say it's the sisters. What type of card is this? That's a Lunalite, right?
It is.
Those are mostly Beast Warriors. Let's see, what twirl is added after Zexal? Arc V.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
right. I saw
What's the name of
the
this
continue button show up and I'm like, oh, it's done downloading. We're ready to go.
I wish. To be fair, we're almost there.
Mm-hmm.
We're good. We're a good little bit away from it. Also, that's an All-Star Dice card. I'm gonna assume the first one because I know what Crash Clown is, and I'm gonna hope it's not a Battle Warrior.
Yeah, this card was actually reprinted in Rush Duels and has like a retrained boss monster, which is not any good.
Just like the real card.
Right. So basically they introduced it as like the main deck bot ace for a character that is entirely reliant on extra deck summons. So basically you see it once and then I'm pretty sure never again because they're too busy fusion summoning.
There's like, alright, we got him. Go, 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 go. What type of card is this? A machine.
I would hope
Yeah,
so.
it's definitely a machine. What kind of card is this? Quick play. Easy. Where did Kaiba give a presentation on his new dual disc at DSOD? I'm gonna be honest, it would be infinitely funny if he went to Domino High School to present to his classmates the brand new dual disc.
It's
that
show
he
and tell
made.
day. He's like,
Show and
hello,
tell,
I
guys."
brought the dual disc.
I use my $1 million company and my acquired fortune to make a new dual disc. And to prove how it works, I'm gonna beat Yugi into the ground.
That would be pretty fun. Welcome, Yukichi. Thank you for the raid. Today, we are just currently downloading Duel Links, and then we're gonna show, either some speed duel or some rush duel. I guess if you're done with the tutorial, we can play whatever mode you want.
Oh, do I just get access to rush duel immediately?
Yeah, I think, normally you have to go up to, like, stage 6. But once you've unlocked the shop, which you should now, if you just buy a rush duel card, like you spend the 50 gems for a pack, or you buy a structure deck, it should automatically unlock the world. Since you wouldn't be able to do anything with the deck anyway. So welcome, Yukichi. How was your stream? What were you up to, and how'd it go? And then, wow.
Stop giving me quiz questions.
Yeah, I wonder why. Did we go through every question?
Like, we didn't make any new quiz questions in the last 8 years. No, yeah, 8 years of this game being active. We didn't think that somebody would go through all of them.
Yeah, and then it's just clicking on the cards.
Yeah, look at that, Harpy Lady Sisters.
Oh, that was in the quiz. I recognize that one.
Also, worst stat lineup ever. For a card, you have to summon with a spell.
But it has 2100 defense. That's even stronger than Curse of Dragon.
Enemy controller, this is like limited because it's just too good in this format.
I mean, with only 4,000 life points, stealing stuff is pretty good.
Oh, it's the best hero.
A vanilla.
Elemental Hero Neos. Oh, look, it's another one.
So we know they updated the random cards, at least after GX came out.
When the opposed monster declares an attack on a face-up monster you control, make the attack direct instead and deal half that damage to the target. Wait. Inflict damage to your opponent equal to half the attack target. Also, that monster you control can attack your opponent directly your next turn. I mean, that sounds good on paper.
I'm pretty sure it won at least one game in the TV show. Oh, welcome, Whiplash. Hope you are doing well. And Yukichi, good job on King of Games and Duel Level Max in one stream. That sounds like a lot of grinding. I'm gonna assume that is for Rush, and not both Rush and Speed, all 4 of them at once. What deck or decks did you end up using? And how was the climb? Any surprises or otherwise notable events? Noodles are pretty strong. Which, I guess that does bring me back to this conversation. Do you plan on, Mew? Do you plan on focusing on speed, yes, rush, or both? Out of curiosity.
Probably a mix of both, but probably mostly rush duel until the Yubel event comes back. So I'm pretty sure Yubel is an event character you have to unlock, and I like Yubel the most.
So the way that the events work in Duel Links, each character comes by twice, and then they are eventually added to the gate with their own missions. So you would be able to get Yubel normally, once you unlock the GX world.
Dang it.
And then they should even give you some, character unlock tickets, so you should be able to get kind of whoever you want right away. If you really want to. Yubel does have a pretty simple to build deck, compared to some of the others. Like, it's a lot easier for a new player to get the Yubel cards than it would be for a lot of other decks currently in the format. So that is not a bad choice. And then on the rush side,
it's hard to deal with.
There are definitely a few different decks that are quite good right now. But then I'm also kind of wondering what to suggest that you start with. Since we are about to do the World Championships, and then after this event ends, they are probably going to make a new ban list. And I have no idea how much they're going to hit anything in particular. But did you have any rush decks that you were aiming for?
I have no idea what any archetypes are in Rush Duels.
Okay. Well, that is where I am actually able to help.
Game.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah. I only played the Switch game a little bit.
Okay.
But that was the Japanese version because I have a Japanese account on my Switch, and it was hard to read the cards. So I kept having to hold Google Translate over them to read the new cards.
Understandable. So you are actually going to recognize quite a lot of the cards from that game, I think, are currently also good in Duel Links. We've got Seventh Magician, Dragius, the Light Machine cards that actually debuted with the game are one of the better decks right now. Though I guess they run different cards, but it's still the same archetype. And then Nail with the Cybers, though he might not be available. I think Nail with the Cybers cards, Yggdrago, the big maximum, is not yet at the gate. But other than that, just about anything should be playable. And there are even recognizable cards from Speed Duels like the Harpies or Blue Eyes.
I heard Cybers, and I liked building Clock Dragon in regular Yu-Gi-Oh!
Mm-hmm.
What does Cybers do in this version of Rush Duel?
So, they mill themselves to get a bunch of cards into the graveyard. And then either try to win the game with a monster called Attribute Hydron, which is just a 2500 monster that boosts itself by 100 attack for every monster in your graveyard. Or they try to assemble 3 pieces of Yggdrago the Sky Emperor, which is the maximum monster that is also the final boss of the story mode on the Switch game. So basically, if you draw all 3 copies, or 1 copy of each of the 3 pieces of Yggdrago, you're able to summon it out, and it is a 4000 attack point monster, immune to being destroyed by trap cards, and that can flip up opponents' monsters and destroy one of them once per turn. And that is just about it. Everything else is just a vanilla monster, or facilitates to get more cards into the graveyard.
Fair.
Though I'm not sure if it is available, since this character with their skills may not be, available for a new player to grab right now. Other than that, we have, the other Machine Maximum monster, which gains attack equal to the difference in life points. So basically, if you get low, it's a comeback OTK mechanic. Blue Eyes just swarms the field with big monsters, as you might expect of a Blue Eyes deck. Machines are just overall very consistent and can bring out multiple boss monsters a lot easier than a lot of the other decks. And then they have a big piercing boss monster, which is probably their main reason for success, because against a lot of the other decks in the format, you're able to just set 3 monsters every turn until you get back into the game. But against the machine deck, you are instead getting pierced for 3000 damage. And then I would say, if I had to pick a fan favorite deck, it would probably be the Noodles. When the game first launched on Duel Links, all of the players saw them as a funny combo deck, but they recently got support that catapulted them from meme tier to potentially the best deck in the format. And they are a bunch of fire-type monsters that either burn or boost themselves up really high.
Interesting. So you're just cooking soup.
More or less, yeah. So for example, they have a normal monster. And they are basically ninjas and also soup creators. So Stock the Noodle Ninja, for example, prides himself on being al dente and trains to reach the hardness of steel wire. However, being a noodle, he isn't great with water techniques, as that's going to make the noodles all soggy. Naturally. And then the noodle deck, runs a bunch of trap cards so that you are able to keep the effects on the board and then burn the opponent on the next turn as well.
So like a slower version of Trick Stars.
I'll say yes, just because I don't know how fast Trick Stars are.
Their effects are static and they just happen.
Yeah, but they're so small. I know, like, there was a Trickstar OTK, with, like, their banish draw 5 thing. But I assume that's not in Duel Links or is banned.
If that's in Duel Links, that'd be crazy.
So the burn from the noodles is about 1,000 per turn. Sometimes 2,000. And then they can still fight normally as well.
They hit harder than Trick Stars, says Reflusi and Friends. Fair.
Yeah, I would think so.
And the thing that Trickstar does, I don't think you can do in Duel Links, because I don't think that Duel Links has the hand trap you need. Now the hand trap is Droll and Lockbird, which says after your opponent adds a card to their hand, they can't add cards to their hand for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, I don't think that one is in Duel Links. You are correct. We recently got Valor, which was actually somewhat surprising, I think. So, that is the level of hand trap we are working with. Apart from Effect Valor, it's like DD Crow.
I saw you have Skullmeister in that one game.
I did, yeah. But that is because I can't, afford the DD Crow, which is basically better Skullmeister.
Situational. If they start adding cards like Called by the Grave, Skullmeister is better, because Skullmeister can stop Called by the Grave. I think. No, it can't.
Yeah, it negates cards that activate in the graveyard.
Dang. All I know is that Skullmeister reprints were crazy back when that happened. And now they're worth like nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually follow the market that much, but I did hear that some random synchro monster randomly went up to like $50 or $100 or something.
Yeah, that one's called Trident Dragon because it's only used in a singular deck because it just so happens to work with the deck.
So why not reprint that? Because as Konami, surely you know that the card is good in the deck, especially for the American releases. Like we have 3 months of Japanese results. So why not reprint the card and sell more packs rather than force people to spend a bunch of money on the secondary market and not have the money left over to buy your product?
I think that the reason that it didn't happen that way is that I think the archetype or the card specifically were TCG exclusives. which happens a few times, like the Cosmos.
Okay, so is the deck actually good? Or is it just really
Yes.
expensive?
So the core of the deck is super cheap.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that one card that you need is expensive. Otherwise, you could build the whole deck for about maybe $200, $300, depending on how many copies of the big man you want.
I still find
Because the deck is a blind second deck.
Oh, interesting. But I do still think it is interesting that even without the boss monster, 200 to 300 is considered a cheap deck. Like, the last TCG I played in paper was Pokemon. And you could get something like the World Championship first place deck for $50.
I gotta state real fast that the $200 to $300 price tag on the deck is if you have Big Man.
Okay.
If you just choose for some reason not to play Big Man,
Mm-hmm.
it costs like $50.
Okay.
If not less.
But that's still, like, the cost of a good Pokemon deck. At least when I was last playing.
Yeah. It's the cost of a good staple card in a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh deck.
Right, exactly. Like, how much is Bonfire right now? Did it ever go down?
Probably $50.
Okay.
Let's find out. I have the app that lets me look those things up.
But I wonder why Yu-Gi-Oh is so expensive. Like, what made the market go that way? Like, what is Pokemon doing right that Yu-Gi-Oh is doing wrong? And that I assume Magic the Gathering is doing incredibly wrong. Because I hear that is even more expensive than Yu-Gi-Oh.
Alright, Pokemon is cheap because rotation happens, so a deck can only be as good as it's allowed to exist.
Right, but that's still like 2 to 3 years. And I know we've seen cards dominate the entire time they are in rotation.
Yeah, but then sometimes they just get power cut by other things that happen.
That's true.
Then, Magic, it literally depends on which format you want to play in Magic, because there are like 8.
That is fair.
The one you're thinking of is Legacy, or Vintage, which lets you use basically everything. And
well, I know that one's
upwards of $10,000.
Yeah, but I think even like standard decks are probably around the price of Yu-Gi-Oh, or higher, or Modern, or whatever.
Modern is more expensive than Standard. Though Standard still gets about $100 to $200. There's Pauper format in Magic, which is you're only allowed to use commons and uncommons.
Right.
Which is super cheap, depending on which ones you're getting.
I was gonna say, I feel like Pauper could be a trap, where it's like, okay, so the cards are gonna be all commons and uncommon to make it cheaper, but then it'll be like with this Yu-Gi-Oh deck, where there's some common that hasn't been printed in 18 years, and then costs $50. Because nobody has it anymore.
The Pauper staple is called Lotus Petal, and it's just, you get 1 free mana, effectively, and that's all it does, and it just dies after you use it.
And how much is that?
I think $15.
Okay. Still
It's
more
not,
than I think
like,
a common should be. But understandable.
They haven't reprinted anything that could be better than that yet. Just as is, that's what it does. And then you got Yu-Gi-Oh! Where Yu-Gi-Oh's main problem with pricing things is power creep. And they're not a rotation. Which they can't really do a rotation, as MBT showed with that one series he did.
I do think it could theoretically work, but I don't think there's enough player interest in it. Like, I know a lot of players in Yu-Gi-Oh! Have complained that there aren't alternate formats to play. But something like Commander, which has completely taken over Magic, wasn't made by them. It became very popular because the players wanted to play another format and did it. And then Wizards of the Coast was like, okay, but you want to make the money? We're going to make cards for that. So it really comes down to the player base choosing to play other formats, which they haven't done. I mean, there's like the Golden Edison scenes, but that's not like really the same. There's
They
not
don't
as much player buy-in.
officially support those.
Mm-hmm.
They just sort of happen, and Konami doesn't care if you do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's how Commander was for years and years.
Technically, they did start supporting GOAT format when they made the Battle City stuff in real life.
You mean like the Speed Duel box?
Yeah, because that was reprints for all the good GOAT cards.
That's fair, except Duo, I think. I randomly found a Duo in my bulk back in like 2018 when I was like, sure, I'll try out this format. And I was like, wow, I actually own this. So I have an okay-ish.
Depending on which version you have, it can go for $20.
Mm-hmm.
Or $20.
Yeah. But other than that, I think the
update's
format...
almost done. Let's go.
Yeah, I do see that. Going to get started with whatever it is. There are probably a bunch of free things that you're going to be able to claim once you finish the tutorial, because you happen to be joining during a giveaway time, because there is a big event going on.
Yeah, example by Refleezy and friends. Wouldn't be able to play Trap Tricks and Paleos if we had a rotation.
Yeah, and I think there'd be a ton of reprints if they did rotation. Because obviously they're like giving legacy support to old decks. So they'd have to basically reprint a ton of the cards from the archetype. Though I could see them doing something like heroes, you always get like the vanillas, and then in one rotation it's the masked heroes. And in the other one it's the omni heroes. Like Absolute Zero and whatever. So I don't think you'd have to reprint every hero card every time you did a rotation if you wanted heroes to be playable.
Look, I get a free sevens pack.
Yeah, I think this one's...
So that should just unlock.
That's a good point. Yeah. And here's another one.
Got another one.
Oh, and that's the character ticket. So once you find GX World, you can spend that on U-Bell.
Yeah. Alright, pick a card, any card.
I just go in order from the top.
Nah, that's not. There's 7 cards here though. We gotta pick one randomly.
Okay. Middle right, bottom.
Oh, I just saw 40 rewards in the mailbox.
Yeah, there are quite a bit. And then, now you get to do the new Duel Links player experience, where they advertise Duel Links for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We've already downloaded the game.
Selection box.
We don't need to know this.
Oh boy, what's this one? Ah. Oh, I like that art right there for the 7 rows. Oh, look, there's only 2.
Okay, not so bad.
Alright, can I go to my mailbox?
No.
Can I go to my
We're
mailbox?
advertising.
No, you're not allowed to yet.
Okay.
Alright, we have a lot of tickets that we can use.
So yeah, they also make you press receive all a bunch of times in a row. Because receive all does not receive all.
I got a Speed Duel Firewall Dark Fluid Dragon. Whoa!
I actually don't even know what that does. Now they're advertising to you.
Whoa,
and why is it not giving you the tickets? Oh, you own a Blue Eyes White Dragon now.
Whoa! I have to manually claim everything else.
But why?
I have to unlock Playmaker and I.
And then, yeah, normally you can just move those tickets into your thing. But if you click on, like, the normal ticket, does it actually claim it for you?
That's what I can't claim it yet. I know how to do link summoning. I have to go over here first.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm not doing dual trials unless it tells me to do.
I mean, you get gems, but
I have to do it. Never mind, I do have to do it. Oh look, I got Joey now too. Oh wait, no, I should have done that. Oh, cool. It didn't make me have to do anything.
except for all of the advertisements.
Anyways, Joey speed duel skill, rest duel qualifiers, WCS stuff, campaign for random things.
Okay, actually, you should do the predictions. For speed, Kaiba, Dark Side of Dimensions is probably gonna be the most popular character. So if you scroll, no, the other one. So scroll down, and then it should be soon-ish. Okay, probably this one. And if you're right, if we are correct, we get some gems. And then Battle Chronicle is the name of the skill you're looking for. Oh, you went past it.
Why does he have so many skills?
Because it's Kaiba, and then also, Yuga is fine. And then, probably go for Ultimate Bond. And then if that happens to be correct, you get some free gems.
Nice. Friend invitation.
Oh yeah, so then you can put in
Enter
the
code.
code I sent you earlier, and you'll get some blue eyes and gems. Oh, okay, let me go fix that. I didn't realize there was a limit.
Friends.
I can just unfriend some of the players who are on my list, but aren't playing the game anymore.
Fair.
One moment. Okay. I went ahead and removed one. So hopefully it will work now. Alright,
wow.
And there you go. You get some gems.
Yay. Wow, shield and sword. More blue eyes. A sword through a revealing light. A character unlock ticket. A skill ticket.
But it looks like
A
it's
mat.
and then you have to click on all the other ones individually. That's a lot of gems.
We're still going.
What I was trying to say was
How many
like,
character unlock tickets?
a lot of them. But if you had claimed the unclaimable ones individually first, the receive all button would then be able to claim more items at once. But this works too. So that is the starter Blue Eyes deck, I think.
Oh boy, that's a pretty solid looking deck.
It's not that bad. There's also like a campaign to get some free alternative white dragons, etc. So, and it's probably the easiest thing to get started with, especially compared to the current deck you've been using, which is 1200 attack point beatdown.
Yeah, that definitely beat Joey to submission with that one. All right, I have to manually select everything else now.
And then you probably don't own half of these characters.
Right. So Rush Prismatic Pack. Wait, why did I have... Oh, wait, just open it. Got it. Alright. What we getting?
Dragius if you're good at the game. Oh, unfortunately, you got the worst possible option.
No.
But it is shiny.
That bad.
This card is not usable. Unless, like,
Uh-oh.
you really want to.
Oh. Alright, we got another chance. What about this one?
It is shiny.
Ow.
Most of the cards from these aren't actually that good.
Alright, last chance.
Like, there are a couple that might see play in a deck every now and then. But like this one, oh, that is actually the best possible option.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I think Phoenix Dragon is actually a good card.
Yay!
Its only downside is that it is so good, it is on the limit 3 list. So a lot of players will sometimes run one, but others do cut it out entirely just to run more of their other monsters instead. Alright, so is this telling us that we can do it? Yeah, so it's saying if you get a Rush Duel pack, you unlock the world automatically. And there should actually be a free structure deck if we go into the into the shop.
I get 5 free packs of something. Right here. Oh, I just get the starter deck for free.
Yeah, so this is the speed link starter that they actually recently introduced with that dark fluid that you already claimed. I actually couldn't tell you how good this is. I have not used it.
I mean, Cyberus Magician's pretty solid. I know that much.
And then you'll also get 5 free packs of this box, which is just kind of like random stuff. I think it's like Gokis and
look, it's my
Trap
boy I
Tricks.
was talking about.
Oh yeah.
This card is crazy if you can summon it right. There's 1,000 attack for each card that was used for a summon.
Oh, so you can use any number. Okay.
Yeah. Goki tag partner, triggering worm, or talk back Lansing. Alright. What's this one? Yeah!
Second try. The one you were looking
We got
for.
the boy!
Nice
Yeah.
work.
Now hey look, this is the card that actually makes him good.
Oh, really?
I will explain that one in a second, the moment we get through all these packs. Oh boy. You are.
Maybe. Could be an SR. Oh, no, but it is Suprax.
Suprax. So Clock Lizard's effect is that you can tribute this to return a fusion monster from your graveyard to your extra deck, and then fusion summon it by banishing the materials from your graveyard.
Oh. That does mean there will be a lot of Link monsters available.
Yeah.
I see.
And then you also make an opponent's monster lose 400 for every Cyberus in your graveyard at that time.
Huh.
Yeah, alright, let's see.
And then go to decks, and there should be a free Blue Eyes.
Hey.
Rush deck. Oh wait, you didn't click on the Unlock Now button.
Ah.
Okay. Fortunately, it does show up again.
That's good. That would have been real unfortunate if we just sit here and play speed duels. Alright guys, we gotta do speed duels to unlock it, because I didn't read.
I mean, you still do.
Reading cards?
How long did it take you to beat the tutorial?
Like 2 turns.
Okay. Like, to get to stage 3, it requires, like, a few duels, right? Like, half an hour?
Oh, you can skip all those.
Oh, okay.
I just had to do the Joey duel. I hadn't done that yet, and I didn't realize I was gonna need to download another 6 gigabytes after doing that.
Huh. That's how they get you.
Will save you from humiliation.
I
created Rush Duels so we can both have a great time.
Oh, and now it's time for another tutorial.
Rush dueling against Luke is always a blast. Here we go. Get ready for the rush.
Oh no, I can't skip it. I already know how to do this.
I'm ending my turn.
Ah man.
It's my turn.
Man's already throwing the game. Summons one card, sets no back row.
I draw.
I mean, that's how I would play Rush too. Summon a single monster each turn.
You know, the way it was intended, right?
Yeah. One normal summon.
Why am I summoning this?
To tribute
Please
summon
tell
it.
me it's gonna have me tribute the right monsters.
I hope so.
Alright, thank God. They have you choose the objectively wrong ones.
That would be funnier. For sure.
Fun fact, 7 Rows has the lowest attack stat of every boss monster of a main character.
That sounds right. 2100 is pretty low. And that's it. It doesn't actually even have you do the game. They just really want you to
Legendary
know
duelists
that you are
unlocked.
able to summon multiple monsters. Have you seen the show? I'm gonna guess probably not.
I saw a little bit, but that was back when it first started, and it was also in Spanish because I wasn't in English yet.
Oh, interesting.
I kind of get the idea that he hacked into the system and forcibly uploaded Rush Duels to everybody.
That is correct.
That's weird. He was here a second ago. Man's got abducted.
I think Yuga's the one who got abducted.
Yeah. It looks like the real thing.
How was Yuga able to
guy.
tell it was different then?
I'm assuming he has that special mind powers that Yusaka from Vrains has.
I see. He doesn't seem at all phased by him being...
Have you seen Vrains?
I have, yes.
The part where they just have Borolo Dragon fly over him in the real world, and he's actually shook by it, even though it can't hurt him.
I mean, they treat the duels pretty seriously, even in the other series too. Not the holograms.
Well, no, in Vrain specifically, all duels happen digitally. So, he was seeing the physical manifestation of the digital world without being in the digital world, which is what shook him. Because he had weird electronic senses.
Mm-hmm.
Also, that was one of the darker plots of a Yu-Gi-Oh series, was the entirety of that one.
The Lost Incident sounds like a nice, fun summer camp, where you get to play as much Yu-Gi-Oh as you want.
And the more you lose, the more you get punished.
I mean, I would simply win if I was them.
Begin the WCS
I don't care, Kaiba.
and crown a new
I just got here, Kaiba, shut up.
Are you saying you're not going to try to become the world champion?
That would be the equivalent of Joey going to Duelist Kingdom and expecting to win.
I mean, he got pretty far.
You're not wrong. Oh boy, more things. I don't think I can accept any of these still.
You can get the Harpy one.
Wait, what? ArcV is about the Germans from World War II? I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that one.
What did I... Oh, that didn't even load for me yet. I'm not sure if I want that to be elaborated on.
You know what? Fair. Don't elaborate. Alright, what do I have here that's still free? Because it's telling me I have something free.
Probably a few packs of the selection box.
Alright, let's see. What we thinking I'm gonna get?
Gold Rush and Seven Sword Magician if you're good.
If I'm good, I think you mean if I'm God. I'm gonna pull 5 URs.
Oh, easy.
I was joking. I didn't expect it to maybe actually happen.
I guess we'll find out. So these packs are a lot larger than a regular pack, and there's a guaranteed SR or UR in all of them. On the downside, the packs are much more expensive at 200 gems per pack rather than 50. Wrestle is actually a pretty solid pull. There are a lot of decks in the game that do run 3 of them.
Nice. Oh, that's a nice art.
Yeah, and this pack has a ton of full arts for cards that would be normally obtainable in regular art in other boxes. So it might not actually be a bad idea to open this. If you are as a brand new player, I would say there are a couple of options. And the first is trying to build a noodle deck from the free options, or from the deck building box, since that should be relatively cheap. But Flame Cerberus, which is one of the cards you would use in the deck potentially, is locked behind tickets. So we'd have to see if you actually have it. Gold Rush is a very good pull. This is paywalled to this box, which has a limited number of free-to-play pack openings. And you almost always run 1 or 2 copies in the deck that it is in, which is also the best deck in the format as of right now. So Gold Rush is a very strong first pull. And 7 Shift is actually the second best pull in the pack.
I told you, I'm just good.
Yeah. Okay, so this is actually very strong. Okay, so the question though is whether or not you'd want, so before opening any of these packs, I would actually probably recommend resetting the box.
I was just thinking that.
So I think those are the only 2 paywalled URs. Everything else is a reprint with an alternate art. But can you scroll over and confirm that for me? Yeah, okay, that is all of them. So definitely you would reset this box at this point. But I'm still not entirely sure if this is the right box to pull. We basically need to figure out what deck you are playing. The machine deck is very good, but it is a structure deck. Well, yeah, so it requires partially a structure deck, and then partially, a mini box as well. So that could be a little bit expensive, in terms of gems.
4,500 gems.
Let me actually go see how many copies of these cards are decks currently using. That is kind of what I thought. The issue is, as a structure deck themed deck, some of the cards are paywalled, as you're only able to get a single copy of a structure deck with gems. So if you wanted to play with machines, they are a good deck, but it requires real money. The Blue Eyes deck is a slight exception, as you're able to get a second copy with gems, as you got one for free.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to not spend any money, the machines and Blue Eyes are both off the table. And I'd probably recommend moving over towards something like Noodles as my recommendation.
Is it this one?
What are you
The
looking
box?
for?
Well, if we're looking at noodles, is this the one?
Yes. And the relevant cards here are the Extra Spice and the Spice, which are the two SRs. And then in the meantime, the cards up in the UR section are mostly for Dragon decks. Dragius is a very good card that sees play in most decks that allow it to be used. But of course, dueling skills are designed largely to not let you play Dragius. That is how strong the card is. But of course, the noodles and the machines, none of them are actually able to play them. Either because of the skill restriction, or it being on the limit 3 list, and needing some other limit 3 card for the deck to work. And then
Okay, let's do it 10 times of this box and see from there where we go from there.
Sure. It's also worth noting, there are
If I
only
pull-
50 packs in this box, so it is actually a lot easier to build the noodles than anything else. Because there are only 50 packs instead of like 80 or 90 or 140.
So we're
So,
just looking for the SRs, right? One of each of them?
that is correct. So with 50 packs, that is a maximum of 7,500 gems, I think, to go through the box 3 entire times. And I know you only have 4,500, but it is cheaper than any of the other boxes. And it's mostly self-contained, I think. Let me go look what a noodle deck is running. The issue is, having played, since things came out, I'm not entirely sure what random other cards you might need. But it looks like this is reprinted, this is reprinted.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, that is definitely a UR.
I mean, I pulled the Shock Dragon already.
I was kind of expecting it to be like a shiny UR, given all of the effects it put in. So a solid 10 full, but not any noodles in here. But okay, I am looking at the other stuff that the deck runs, and it's mostly just the noodle cards. And then relatively free to play stuff, and then something you can probably pick up in the selection box if you want.
Well, actually, I think I have the crafting tickets, right? Can I not use those on these cards?
I don't believe so. Let's definitely take a look and see what you do have, though. So we are looking for the rush cards. There is the Prismatic SRUR choice ticket. And most of those are going to be speed duel cards. So you're looking for the ones with red text. If you go back to the ticket screen, you're looking for the ones with red text. And right now, I think that's just going to be the one SRUR choice ticket. And then from these, there are a few good cards. So Flame Cerberus sees play in the noodle deck as a 1/2 of. And then so does Seahorse Carrier sometimes. But you can definitely get away without the Seahorse Carrier if you run other stuff instead. Most people are on some form of it, though. But the Cerberus is not obtainable other ways, whereas the Seahorse Carrier is a card you can grind for.
So it can only be obtained here?
That is correct. It is currently otherwise not available outside of the tickets. So I would probably aim for that one. Or for the Cerberus, to be more specific.
Yeah.
Alright, and that is good. All those other ones are speed duel cards.
Dang. Missions. Oh yeah, it's still just battling people, right? I got an achievement.
Oh, which one?
Get 10 prismatics.
Oh, nice work.
So many notifications. Alright, back in the shop. Alright, so... Just sent me a vagabond. Oh boy. Hey, where do I find this man at?
I'm assuming they probably met me, because it's something you send to people on your friends list. So I will try to do those. Like, basically, the vagabonds let you get extra experience points on the characters to level them up faster.
Ah, gotcha.
I
got a UR ticket.
Yep. And then I think Duel Links is a little bit overwhelming when you first start with all of the events constantly going on. But this should hopefully be a good way to ease in with like the bingo and tour guide stuff. But yeah, I would say let's go and open some more packs and get those noodles going.
Alright, we just gotta pull the SR noodles one time each.
Well, I mean, and then reset, yeah. We're gonna get 2 to 3 copies of each, for sure. Though I suppose we might not have enough gems for that right now. But even if we don't, we'll be able to build something to get us through those early stage missions, which then reward a ton of gems.
We got an SR. I think that's the noodle man.
And that is
we got extra spice.
Extra spice. Definitely a great pull to get early on. I don't think anything's going to beat the luck of getting both 7 Shift and Gold Rush in the free 5 packs, though.
Fair. Well, now I think we just do one ticket at a time, one pack at a time to try to get the other dude, right? Or do we just reset and just do more 10 times?
I just do another 10 one. Just because we also still have Combustion Crisis and Dragius as like solid pulls. And then if we manage to get them, we'll reset on the next one.
The Noodle Art of Savory.
Yeah, so this is a noodle card, but it doesn't actually see any play because the one at normal rarity is stronger. And even that one doesn't actually see any play. Because the deck is more focused on running trap cards right now.
That's a UR.
Hopefully. Oh, that looks like it might be Dragius. And it is even a glossy one. Which is a pretty fun... If this is the noodles, that would be incredible. But I thought it was going to be shiny. But the Karibos largely don't mean anything. Wait, is this going to be the 4th UR? No. Definitely not.
Kana Attack Dragon.
An SR Vanilla Monster.
Dang. Come on now. Oh. Aw.
See, if you want to go one at a time here, that makes sense. Though there's still only a 50-50 chance we get it before the 10 pull anyway. Oh, that might be the Combustion Crisis. And it
Combustion Crisis.
So this is a card that is a little bit situational, but is good against several of the currently most popular decks. So it's nice to have 1 or 2 copies, just so you can have it as a tech option.
I mean, we'll eventually make it.
Yeah, we definitely have enough gems to get through it either way. And that seems like a pretty long name. No, it's only Clear Eyes.
What?
I thought I got faked out as well. I think it gave you the animation because you had 2 glossy cards. And I tend to evaluate being shiny as equally as good as being high rarity, which is, of course, a little bit silly.
Gravity Press Dragon.
Gravity Fast Dragon did see a lot of play when the game first came out, but it has kind of fallen off in the months since then. And we are rounding down to the final 10 packs. Hopefully, and you did it.
Well,
saving 100 gems by not pulling for the 10 at a time.
Yeah.
Oh
my word, you are right on that first pack.
Let's see what it is. The Dragius is definitely the best option. Oh, it's actually a SR. Isn't it really deceiving to have a rainbow background and not VUR?
I feel like this has happened to you one too many times.
Maybe. At this point, I mostly just clicked the skip button. Because of how much it lies to us.
Hey. Oh, hey, look, we got Semi-Ruler the Dark Summoner, which I didn't get the last time.
Yeah, Semi-Ruler is not a card that should be limited 3. But it is anyway. Hey, we got the other extra spice. And a Slayer. That's a pretty good 10 pull.
If we're lucky.
Not quite.
Dang.
I'd probably do the 10 here because there are still 2 to 3 good cards.
Yeah.
And you got everything but the
We got
Dragius.
them. That's fine. We can reset on that.
Yeah, I guess that's fine.
It was either a guaranteed Dragius or a reset and try to get more of the other guys.
That's fair. And you might even get the Dragius in the set as well.
I got a Prismatic Draconic Slayer.
That is fancy. Draconic Resonance is a deck that has a place as, like, an anti-meta rogue strategy right now. Draconic Slayer is really good at destroying spell and trap cards, and we've seen a lot of decks running a lot of trap cards lately.
Alright, let's clear this bad boy out.
Alright, and then to the noodle-themed skill. I think you need to win a few games with only fire-type monsters in the deck. So I would go to the filter and just add in all of the random fires that we have.
Filter. Fire. Pyro.
And then, yeah, just feel free to add all of them. Against level 1 NPCs, your deck composition is not going to be that important. And then just find some low-level fire non-pyros to round it out. We're looking for level 4 and lower.
That's all I got.
Alright, and then just some spell or trap cards is a good start. Shield and Sword, sure. And then maybe the Noodle Arts are a good intermediate area. Rathlesia, no. We have not gotten the bundles yet. So after we finish getting the boss monsters, there are a few bundles that come relevant, like spell and trap cards that are going to be useful to have in the deck. But we aren't quite there yet. Not meaning the skill requirement is fine. We don't need to actually run any skill right now. So I would save that, and then...
Oh, is it like, I can't do a certain thing? Is that it?
Yeah, basically it's, you would start the game with a 7-zone Magician if you didn't have any in there. So let's see how this goes. obviously we are not at full power. But as long as we draw low-level monsters, I think you'll find it's gonna be pretty simple
Let's make them.
Excuse me, but
to
it would
clear
be
out
wonderful.
this
Here we
opponent.
go. Get ready for the rush. Here I go. It's my turn. I draw.
So what are you thinking?
So we just normal summoning that man.
I summon a monster.
We're gonna tribute over.
That is fine.
I feel like I'm doing
I
this
will
badly. I
point-
feel like I should have just set 3.
Yeah, I will point out, if this was a ranked game, you do want to just set all of your monsters, but against this, summoning out all of them in attack mode is going to be fine. I will also point out, you tribute over your highest attack point monster. But if you're setting the other ones, that is fine, as you did tribute the lowest defense point monster. I'm entirely expecting them to summon like 800 attack point monsters, and then run into your guys and take damage. Yeah. That is about the level of card.
I set a card face down. Battle. I shall proceed. I attack with my monster.
Aha, you fool! You attacked my non-Death the Fire Awakener.
This duel is far from over. I shall proceed. I attack with my monster.
I feel like this NPC sounds like a robot voice I would hear on like
It's my turn.
a short explaining something.
Alright, tribute.
I'm good to go. I tribute summon a monster.
And then I tribute again.
Here I come. I tribute summon a monster.
And then we do it again to empty my hand out.
Correct.
Except we're gonna tribute over this dude because I don't need to do piercing.
That is correct. I believe the NPCs never set monsters. So you
Will
will
I
be
get more
fine.
damage if I shield and sword?
Let's see. So they
think I
lose. If you were going to, you should have done it at the start of the turn before you tribute summoned.
You know what? that was fair.
But I mean, I would just keep it at this point and then use it next turn.
I will set it first
I'm gonna set
because there's
it
no
up.
main phase 2.
Correct.
Okay, let's now attack.
Attack him.
Now, my monster attacks.
Oh, this duel is far from over.
Go. I attack with my monster.
Oh man, the game probably would have been over had I
Strike back just as
had I
hard to keep
done
up.
shield and swords first.
I mean, no, they start with
Very
6,000
fast
life,
speed
and your 3 monsters have
Great.
under 2,000 each. So it should be impossible to actually have... Oh, but they took damage. I did forget about that. I forgot they
Yeah.
swung into your monsters and took damage.
They would have been
Yeah, because they would have lost over
and
1,000.
they would have been significantly lower life points.
Okay, good point.
I summon a monster.
So yeah, I think you did have lethal if
Well,
you...
now there's no point to shield and sword.
I can't.
Exactly. Actually, you do gain extra points if you activate the card. In the duel assessment, which means you'll get like an extra
I'm
couple
gonna
of gate keys or whatever.
I set this card earlier for this
Nothing too
I'm gonna
crazy.
do my big man, so I'm gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
Come on out. Tribute summon.
What's his effect? All my guys get a bunch of stuff.
Choosing between the 2 monsters, very tough call.
Activate my effect.
But yeah, this is absolutely being sequenced correctly. Using the spice before roastery is a mistake, or is the correct play. but I have seen a lot of players use Roastery first, predicting that they're able to send another card to the graveyard with their Spice, and potentially gain an additional 300 attack.
Time to end this. My monster attacks.
Get him.
So, how was your
Absolutely
first Rush
annihilated
duel?
As long as I get a
I have
chance,
learned to
I
just set my hand.
That is an important lesson. A lot of players still haven't learned that, and I am sometimes one of them. When I'm playing with the Cyber stack, I often just bring out guys and then have them get run over on turn 2 for no real reason. Alright, so yeah, we should look at the world missions. Alright, and that just says win 4 duels, so let's go over to the lifetime missions. To make sure we are on track for earning that noodle skill. You can go ahead and
Oh, is there
claim...
actually a skill for that?
Yes. So then, let's see. Oh, thank you for the follow. Neon plays. Alright, so there should be one that's like, win with fire monsters or pyro monsters somewhere around here. There, maybe if we
Getting a
filter
chance for-
by skill.
Ah, skill. Maybe I'm not high enough in the,
And then try just scrolling all the way to the
Warrior?
bottom. With, you can take the blue and, yeah. And then go all the way down. Fiend type monsters. Okay, and then a little bit up. Looks like Primogotarna, etc. Fire monsters. Yuga. Keep going up. And one of these, no, that's back to Esperoba. Where is, what, oh, where is the noodle skill?
Well, maybe we'll just find it naturally by just whacking.
Yeah,
whacking
that
a
might
small
work.
Mickey Man.
Welcome, Neon. Today's going pretty well. We are, or we hit stage 2 of the World Championship qualifiers,
who'll win this rush
and then,
start playing.
are showing Shadow Mew
Here we
some
go.
dueling.
Ready for the rush.
Okay, yeah, it does say lifetime mission, achieve 3 wins with only fire monsters. So we should be on track if we win 2 more, with this deck.
Here I go. It's my turn.
Draw a tribute monster, please.
I draw.
Fortunately,
That's a hand, all right.
yeah, it's not great, but fortunately, you are going to be able to clear over those.
Monster.
Welcome, Chenyu. And then Neon, Shadow Mew is a, another YouTuber. They play a lot of roguelites, I think especially deck builders.
Monster.
And we met back when Cross Duel was out, as we were both into the game during its release. So now they are trying out some Rush.
Monster attack.
This ain't over till it's over.
Now. My monster attacks.
This ain't over till it's over.
This duel's only getting started. I end my turn.
It's my turn. I draw.
All right, we just need to draw.
I summon
A level 7 or 8.
position.
I mean, it'll be fine. We're running a ton of tribute monsters. We have the 4 Spices, 3 Flame Champion, and the Innocent Lancers. So you are good to go. So Extra Spice is the superior boss monster in the current incarnation of the Noodle decks. As drawing cards and inflicting damage are 2 of the best things you can be doing in Yu-Gi-Oh! I was gonna say probably summon out one of the lower attack ones first,
Well,
but you have the fire arrow to replace it anyway.
Okay. I summon a monster.
I
Okay. I tribute summon a monster.
Nothing's pierced, but
I'm gonna set a card.
if I
I activate my monster.
activate that effect, and I dump this, means I got more or less cards in my hand.
That is correct. I wasn't actually sure if you were gonna figure that out.
Just so that he attacks it.
What's up?
I kind of want to set this one.
Okay.
Just so they'll attack it so I can activate the trap.
That would be funny.
Because points.
Yeah, go for it.
I set a monster. Okay, let's battle. Now, I attack with my monster.
And hopefully they summon a weak monster to swing into the fire arrow.
This'll do. Attack!
And then,
Plenty of fight.
if it's really
I'll
weak,
end this duel on my
they only
next
need to
turn.
take 600
I end my
damage.
turn.
Right, so if they summon out one of those random 0 attackers that they are running,
This. I summon a monster. I play this card.
okay, 500
Summon, I set
and a 300,
500 was...
Take
and they do
Yeah!
it. They do it.
you with my monster.
This doesn't stop anything, right? Yeah, it just does
That is
damage.
correct.
They die on their turn!
I'll use this card set.
There are actually some missions over in the Speed Duel world that require you to win like this. And this is how I did it too. Obviously not exactly the same card, but just setting monsters with high defense and traps that like burn them.
Even if you're in trouble, you're never.
I wonder if you get a score
I mean,
bonus
this
for
person
that.
was.
Let's see what they pull in at the game end thing. Like, is there anything for winning on the opponent's turn? And if not, there should be. Completely scammed.
Aw.
But we did get the petite moth. So, I mean, that's gotta be worth
Hey.
something.
He's petite, and he's mothing. I think we're good to just hit auto duel for speed purposes.
Yeah.
These two.
The auto duel is famously terrible. But we are going to be fine. As you've noticed, there is literally nothing that the AI is able to do against you. So the skills should
I
unlock
took damage.
after this.
No.
Your perfect streak is ruined of
I'll
having
unbelievably ruin
infinite.
them. They hurt me. I lost my flawless.
Mm-hmm.
I lost points that I needed to get the extra
Oh
amount.
no. And there it is.
Yeah, there's the skill, right?
Noodle art
Noble art
reboot.
Good.
Not bad. And apparently we are getting a new
So archive skills can be used by anybody?
that is correct.
Yeah. Alright. Let's go use that ticket. Alright, now what?
You could either get a second Cerebros,
Send him to ring.
or you could go for the Seahorse Carrier.
Another one?
I'd say those are the two options. Are the Cerebros or Seahorse Carrier. Either one is fine. Basically,
Do I-
Seahorse
do I have a
Carrier...
deck that-
Oh, go ahead.
do I have a deck in the potential future that I can use this?
Yeah, the noodles themselves
Or is it, like,
can run
specifically to grab
Seahorse
itself?
Carrier.
Oh, is it because it can grab itself? Is that why this is really good?
It actually can't. It has to grab normal monsters, but there are a couple of decent ones in the game. One has 1400 defense, and one has 1400 attack, which are somewhat relevant thresholds.
Gotcha.
But just anything
I mean,
that gives
since
you a plus
I can
one.
only have 2 of it. I should probably just get them,
That makes sense.
And then
Yeah.
take it, so that way.
And those all
That's a little
are...
Bingo missions. Summon 20. I mean, I would hope that one was really easy to do.
I guess it would take longer in speed duels,
I-
maybe. But still not that crazy. So
What does
reboot
this
does
do?
require, oh yeah, go ahead and read it.
Choose one face at level 5 or higher and fill the game 600. Then if it's 7 or higher, you can add one to your hand. Oh, that's cool.
But we are going to have to remove the Innocent Lancers to use the
Save.
the skill.
Wait, why didn't my deck meet the condition?
So it requires all of your effect monsters to have 0 defense. So the Innocent Lancer has to be replaced with some kind of low level. But you also don't need to only run fires anymore. So you can go ahead and put in just kind of whatever works. I'm not sure if we have the aquas that would go with Seahorse Carrier right now. But we are going to work towards it. I guess we can throw in a Bubbly Elf. Why not?
And we can just add more spell.
I was going to say just add in like a 1500 vanilla, actually. Probably a good idea to do by sort by, attack points or some other thing other than date obtained.
We got one. We're good.
Okay, that works for now. But I would choose, yeah, however you want to sort them normally. I just think date obtained does not help you actually find the cards. So then we have to win one more to get to stage 2.
Now.
Also
Alright,
note
AI,
that
I believe in you. Speed through this.
yeah, so the AI actually won't activate skills. But that doesn't really matter that much. Uh-oh.
Hold up. What is his hand?
Okay, you found a single monster with 1200 attack. You are now invincible. Congratulations. It didn't use the monster. The burn.
I didn't use this. I guess it wanted to clear the board faster.
You help me.
Well, the skill would have let you add the monster back.
You're not gonna win that easily.
I summon a monster in attack position. My turn's done.
Here I go. It's my turn. I draw.
Okay, we're gonna deal 2000 burn here.
I activate my monster's effect.
Oh, welcome, Takumi Weisel.
Lose.
Here I come. I summon a monster.
The Shock Dragon deck is pretty fun. Though I haven't actually used it in a while.
Tribute
I
monster.
definitely played it a little bit when the box came out.
Okay.
But it has been a bit since we've gotten other new cards since then.
I activate
Alright,
my
so yeah, this
monster's
is another 1000 burn. And you get another new card.
Never give up.
Come on out.
What are your face
Does this let
down?
me add any card back, or is it just vanilla?
Only the vanilla low levels.
Dang. It would be infinitely funny to Sword and Shield right now,
It would. I agree.
and then summon Spice.
Go for it.
I set this card earlier for this moment. I activate my spell card.
See, it's actually strategic
Mm-hmm.
because we're gonna
Good to
tribute
go.
both of those,
I tribute summon a monster.
and then we're gonna summon this
I'm
one,
good to go. I summon a monster.
and then we're gonna tribute
Okay.
these two vanillas.
Come on out.
And now the graveyard
I
is
tribute
filled
summon
up.
a monster. I activate my monster's effect.
Oh, and you found a vanilla.
I activate my monster's effect.
Even more, even more.
I'll use this card I set. I activate my spell card.
And then if you use your skill, it'll go up even more.
Okay.
But you don't need to.
Oh, would it? Oh, right. All right, it would have. Well, no, there's like, I think there's achievements for like getting really high attack point monsters though.
There is one for dealing 3000 damage, and or at least the in-game stuff is deal over 3000 and deal over 5000. But they had enough attack points where it wouldn't have made a difference here.
Yeah. Oh, there was an achievement for activating a legend spell, so it was
Oh.
right to play Seal and Sword.
Correct. Yeah.
Let's go.
And then I think you should be done with stage 1.
Hey, look, I got more things.
Nice.
Advanced Burst Draw.
Oh, that is a Blue Eyes skill.
And Servant of Dawn. I got an achievement to win 5 duels.
So many. How could anyone complete such an arduous task? Alright, so
I gotta summon 7 Rose Magician now.
wait, do you even own Seven Zone Magician?
I have to use the skill.
You do. Do you have another deck
I have
slot?
to-
So you don't have to completely
I do.
deconstruct? No, you don't.
Oh, I
Okay.
Can I just unlock what?
You could, but I
Can I
don't
not
think
buy
it is
coins?
not worth the money. Do not buy deck slots.
Vagrant. 6. What?
So
I can't turn it off now.
yeah. I mean, these are just bonus XP, so actually clearing one of those would give you a ton of experience points and probably get you to the second deck slot. So that is fine.
Oh yeah, it would. We'll just do 20-time ones.
Sounds good.
Rush Duel. I don't trust the AI with this one.
Okay. I'm actually not sure that they're gonna be any stronger. I guess we'll find out. Especially since it is the predetermined one. I think it's just gonna use some kind of starter deck.
Every time we... Here we go. Get ready for the rush. Here I go. I draw.
This is great. I can set my whole hand.
I'll set a monster.
That is true. And the bubbly elf means if you ever draw the seahorse carrier, you're gonna get the extra card.
I set a monster. I'll set a monster. I'm gonna set a card.
Now watch, it just hits me with like a multi-strike Dragon Dragaius and gives it piercing and I just die on the spot.
While possible, I'm more expecting them to summon an 800 attack monster and then deal damage to themselves. So they've used Seal of the Ancients and now know exactly what all of your monsters are. Will they attack anyway? And take the damage. Here comes a 0 attack normal monster.
Yeah.
And another one. And a third one. Oh, they
I don't
actually
like
ended.
this. That
Speed up this duel.
that's suspicious. I don't like that.
I draw. I set a card.
Yeah, without
That
any
doesn't
attack
do
points,
anything.
that doesn't do anything. You are correct.
Well,
But you are gonna get in for a ton of damage here.
Tribute summon.
Your skill can boost
that
by...
actually ends the game if that trap card is nothing. This is actually game on board.
That is true.
Time to
I always forget about them paying life points.
now. Attack. Now.
Let's attack with this little one just in case. In case the trap card specifically targets low-powered ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the road to glory. My monster.
And now you get a couple of levels up.
Mans was just like, I sure hope he doesn't realize that set card is just my expired driver's license.
Don't feel bad. No shame losing to the
I mean, it was anyone's game.
Now I want to know what that card was. 10,000. Oh right, I hit the 20 times on that one, didn't I?
We might even get a
Look
third
at
deck
that.
slot. At this rate.
We are definitely getting a third deck slot. There are 5 vagrants remaining.
That makes it sound like we're trying
Why
to
is this
kill
barking?
them.
Oh, look, we get a card, and we get other sleeves. We get gems. There are 5 vagrants left.
Mm-hmm.
Finish the job.
Well, hold on. We should actually switch to a
Alright,
new
we're good.
deck
We're
slot, so we have a chance of summoning the 7-zone magician.
Alright, we should... Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that part. It's fine. We'll just sort it out after this one.
Yeah, no problem. And I think Auto Duel can probably handle it.
Here we go. Ready for the rush.
Given the strength of that first one.
Well, he's going first. Let's see what he summons.
Oh, he's infinitely times stronger
Well,
than the previous
it's actually
one.
a card.
And that's actually not a bad card. I mean, the Ladybug is, but,
I'm gonna speed up this duel. It's my turn.
the other one, not so much.
Okay. I summon a monster. Here I come. I grip and summon a monster. Okay. I summon a monster. Here I come. I summon a monster.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's battle.
Get him.
This'll do. Attack.
Alright, we can probably just turn this on for at least until his turn's over.
Seems like
Okay,
a
never
good
mind.
idea. And that is probably game. As expected, not really able to do too much.
100% game.
And you'll get a few more levels. Won't be as many now, as the experience per
Skill
level
ticket,
goes
we
up
got a
pretty
skill.
considerably.
Alright. Duel Studio. Deck Editor. Make a deck. Skill sets. Rush on 7 rows.
Monsters are actually another good idea, as you can set them and have them get destroyed until you find the 7-zone magician. If you play strong cards instead, the opponent is not going to be able to clear your board.
Oh, so, like, we want to go with, like, this one, then?
Yeah. I would choose a bunch of monsters with no defense, and then a bunch of spell cards you're able to activate just without a cost.
Oh, this doesn't do anything.
That is correct. But
I mean,
that
it's
is
there.
fine. That's
It's a guy.
That's exactly what we're looking for. Are cards that don't do anything. I would actually, go into the filter and set it to be specifically
Let's see
0
where it
defense.
is. There we go.
Or like 500 or less.
0 through 0. That's the ticket.
And then, just add all of those. All of them are also going to have solid attack
Light
points.
Aqua. What's that one I just had? There she is.
And then, once you get to like 20 to 23 cards, just go over to some spells. That way sometimes you'll be able to play 4 or 5 cards a turn.
Oops.
And then, you just want like Blue Medicine,
Sword.
Sparks, Shield and Sword, exactly.
Rogue
Cards you
Magic
can activate.
Explosion, we can...
Add the 3rd Blue Medicine and call it a day. And then eventually, we will draw into 7-zone
Save.
Magician, and then complete the mission. And we can go back to the noodles.
Noodles. Alright, just gotta manually play it out because I have to just forcibly draw.
A lot of the missions end up like this, where it's like play a specific card, which just means sit here and wait until you draw it.
Let's make the
Or,
Hey, look, we drew,
I think you can auto duel.
drew him.
I think it'll summon it automatically. It should summon in 7's Road. And if it doesn't, you're not going to win on the first turn anyway, so we can turn it off if it does not do so. And we are good to go. That was way easier than I thought it was gonna be. I was expecting a long...
Just be me. Open the card you need to summon.
It's that easy. Oh,
That
and they
easy.
survive with 100.
Oh man, that Sparks would have gone crazy if I had it.
Exactly.
only drew the blue medicine. When do you just naturally get 7 roads?
It is in either
He's
the
not
sel-
even in here.
Yeah, it's either in the selection box or the very first box that was released. If you're gonna open one, I'd actually probably end up recommending the selection box at this point over 7's new road. Just because it contains so many random SRs that are like good and relevant. And what are the other ones?
Alright, now I just gotta use one more Stellar Trap and just do a lot of damage.
Alright, and the noodles should be able to do that just fine. Though, I mean, you can use this one as well if you want. At this point, it's just clicking Auto Duel a couple of times. Until we get to the 500 gem mark.
Yeah, then we get to open more stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Try to get more noodles.
I mean, we could also, go into PvP with no expectations to win, as playing some games every day does give you gems. So maybe we get to the 500, and then we try out on ranked, afterwards. Like, do one more 10 pull, and then head onto the ladder.
Got it. Oh my word.
It was comboing off.
It was like, don't worry, I got the noodles, let me cook.
Mm-hmm.
Who put this man in the kitchen?
Oh, and we actually finished both of those.
Did it. Yay.
Oh, and we unlocked more standard duelists. Nice.
Hey, who's this one?
Probably Luke.
Is it just Luke?
I think we have to, like, beat him up, and then we unlock him on stage 4. Kind of like how you had to beat up Joey.
Ah. Luke, you're here. There's no vending machines.
That sounds like a problem. Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like a... How am I supposed to drink my chocolate milk?
I don't think I would want vending machine chocolate milk. That sounds
Listen.
like an issue.
As long as it is a refrigerated vending machine,
Mm-hmm.
and they have Yoo-Hoo specifically,
Okay.
it's worth it. Your Poly power. Poly Shore?
Basically, he's supposed to make electronics malfunction. I think that was like the dueling shutting down sound.
He just legitimately has the ability to turn off electronics.
More or less.
Actually has superpowers.
There are a couple of episodes dedicated to it.
Alright, win a duel within 6 turns of playing Azuga. I don't actually have to beat
Oh, interesting.
Luke. I just have to do a lot of damage.
I mean, that should be relatively simple.
Alright. I switched decks already, so back to the Vagrants.
Understandable.
What level are you now? Oh, he doesn't have a level still.
I mean, I think they are just level 1. Because that's what your dual world
They're just like, hey buddy, I'm baby. Ow, rude. Alright, I might need to take manual control over this one to try to do over 7,000 in this battle.
So you just need to, yeah, you just need a 1,000 overkill. So you get them low, and then swing in with the big monster last.
Let's see. Definitely do this.
Okay. Wait, but wasn't it 7,000 battle damage?
Just so we can. Well, with what I'm about to do, I'm just gonna make a really big guy.
Okay. Oh, and you do the debuff.
Yeah, because we got that. We got that card.
Come on out. Tribute summon.
This one will boost them. This one will lower them.
From my hand, I activate my spell card.
Alright, so we see
That one.
Aegir go down to 0. Roastery, as long as it boosts you above
This card I set.
3,000,
My spell
maybe we're fine. Skill, Noodle Art Reboot, boosts it even more. But the issue is that enough? 3,500? I hope that's enough.
I'm on the road to glory.
It
I
should
mean,
be.
they started with under 3,000, so we should be fine.
Duel, how you?
Yeah.
And we get more gems.
Yeah, we did it.
Nice
Yeah.
job.
5 gems, let's go. Whole 5 schmeckles. Monster Reborn.
I think it's, oh, I thought it was gonna make you claim that one individually. Nice work. And then I think if we beat this one, hopefully we get the 50 gems and finish out, getting back up to 500.
I think I just need to win a couple more battles to finish out the stage.
That too.
Can't know who'll win this.
Oh, we started off with this man in this hand.
Here we go.
That seems pretty good. If the AI actually does it. It went for it. Oh, but you took 200. How does it feel to be scathed?
Here I come.
Upsetting.
Tribute summon from my hand.
Wait, I turned off auto duel. What are you doing?
So even if you turn
Wait,
off
what?
the auto duel, it finishes the phase because it basically cues all of the actions immediately.
Gotcha.
Was there something specific you were trying to do?
I was trying to use
Extra spice?
Go.
Yeah.
I attack with my monster. I gotta
Well,
be
it'll finish it out on turn 5 anyway.
I end my turn.
I think I already did that one.
You're not
I think so
gonna
too.
win easily.
Like the other mission is just to win 4 or 5 games, if I remember.
Most likely. Absolutely walloped.
I don't know, I saw you were only at 5,000 life. They're getting tougher.
You know, a little there. I didn't complete anything that time. Destroy 4 monsters in one duel. I have to stall
Yeah,
a game.
You're killing them too quickly.
I'm too good.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my AI partner.
Every time we duel, we're loading.
That's
the
just not
road
fair.
to
That's a
freedom.
good hand.
Want to duel?
Here we go. Get ready for the rush. I'm gonna speed up this. I draw.
Okay, so.
This hand got a lot worse when that wasn't a normal summonable card.
Well, if you summon out the extra spice, you'll be able to draw again.
Yeah.
Here I come. I summon a monster. Here I come. I summon a monster.
If we draw the carrier,
Come on out.
I get to summon it and then summon
That
again.
is true.
And then get to summon the other one. I can't draw a card because
You have to use the skill.
I don't have another. I have to use this. Oh, is this not a once per duel thing?
It is not. You can use it every turn.
There's always a
Oh, that's insane.
This is definitely one of
that-
these.
I thought
come
Oh,
on.
go ahead.
I
thought that was a thing.
I activate my monster's effect.
Over in Speed Duel, a lot of them are once per duel effects.
That was nothing.
But even among the rush skills, which are mostly once per turn,
Come on.
yeah, Seahorse Carrier, the perfect draw.
I activate my monster's effect.
Wow.
I have Destiny draw powers.
I summon a monster.
You see, so you should be you're going straight to Worlds.
I'm good to go. Tribute summon.
Why not?
I activate my
Do remember, you do need to kill 4 monsters. So you're gonna need to bring
Yeah.
out a low level at some point.
Only get things started.
Yeah.
End my turn.
I'm coming at you. My turn. I draw. Show him who is boss.
Fine.
I summon a
This is-
monster and attack.
This isn't a vagrant though. This is a person.
Don't let me
Mm-hmm.
down. I summon ready for this.
They might actually do something.
End
I doubt it.
I stand
It's my
corrected.
turn.
I stand corrected.
I draw.
Alright.
And then I would
just summon this dude.
Yeah, and then I would not buff, I wouldn't burn, just swing over the 3 of them. And then you'll be good to go, because
Yeah,
on
I
the
get-
next turn, you're guaranteed to hit the 4th.
Yeah.
Aw.
Now, my monster attacks.
Aw.
I'll get the last one still, because they won't die. We just couldn't buff to do that. And then last one dies,
Aw.
Mm-hmm.
I have to step it up.
and we're good.
Yeah, as long as Extra Spice doesn't kill them with burn on the next turn, you'll be fine. As you'll be hitting the 4th one.
As long as I choose
Good.
the cognitive option to not use
Mm-hmm.
his ability.
But there's a glowing card. How do you not click on it? I don't understand.
There's a glowing button.
Mm-hmm.
Let me down. I summon a monster and attack. I set a card. I guess it's the
I
end of my
can't let
turn.
up. My I draw. Time to battle. This'll do.
Blue Eyes for guys.
My
Auto duel
monster
deck.
attacks.
Now,
What?
I reveal
Uh-huh.
my face
I mean, yeah, I guess if you're just trying to auto duel, it is
You're not gonna win that.
fine to run
Aw.
basically whatever. I think they're just saying Dragius attacks multiple times per turn, which makes it faster than some of these other decks.
Monster.
Fair. I mean, the only reason I wasn't auto dueling there was because I have
Right.
to kill things.
Even if you.
Otherwise, I probably would have just turned it on so we could sped through that. Look at all them keys. Now I just gotta win 2 more duels.
Should it be pretty simple? Oh, and there go the gems.
Oh look, we even got more bingo.
And that's even more gems.
Actually, what other things do I have to do on this thing? I might be able to finish them. Oh,
Uh.
that's not happening right now. The other 2 I can easily do.
Yeah, let's go check out the...
Oop.
Maybe we need to actually rank up more to get the card trader. Because they are not here. No way, they're outside the shop.
Maybe they're just on. Oh, I guess it wouldn't matter which area I'm on, is it?
It does not. So I think we just need to rank up more. And then it'll show up.
And probably Duel Masters.
Either world should be fine.
Real fast.
Mm-hmm.
While we open it up.
Probably trying to find those 3rd noodles.
And the special.
Yes.
Alright, 10.
And we
Did not
whiff.
get him.
That is fine.
Oof. Sadness. It's alright, we'll get there.
Yeah.
Don't punch this random man with the G on his face.
Oh, we can actually do the actual rewards now. So you can duel
I'll
up
probably
to
do
3
it
of
on
them.
the last one.
What's up?
I'll probably do it on the last one because I know whenever I stage up, I keep getting the refresh.
That's true, yes.
That chicken is unironically my favorite monster just because of how tired he looks.
The Niwatori.
Yeah.
I wish he had a
It's
support skill.
Just me when I eat too many chicken nuggets.
I mean, that's cannibalism, if the Niwatori's doing it.
But is he a chicken or is he an abomination?
I think Niwatori just means chicken.
Fair.
But I will look it up. A domestic
Let's
chicken.
Alright, small child, you're the last fight. I'm going to now show you the... I can only do ×3. Well, I wish I had known that before I fought the last guy. I would have done him on ×2.
I mean, it's only a few hundred experience points that you lose out on. Not really anything important.
Fair. Alright, get her. Oh no, she's actually doing things. She activated a monster skill.
That might be the first time we've seen it.
Wait, she reduced my level?
Yep, and that is all it does. There are basically there are some cards that are like destroy a level 8 or lower monster on the board. So having a way to reduce the opponent's level lets you then use those types of cards.
Didn't know we were playing the One Piece card game.
I actually haven't played One Piece yet. How is it?
It's fine. It's just, if you really like the series, you'll really like playing with the cards and all that. I don't know the price range to get into it right now. Hey, the card traders here now.
Oh, nice.
But there are a lot of things you can do and a lot of funny things you can do. Dang, I gotta summon Sunroads again.
How dare they? Oh, and the card trader
dare
was
they
there. Yeah.
How dare they make me play the game? Alright, what can I get right now?
Probably not a lot.
Guy. I can get a Perform Pow Fire Flux. I can get...
But we don't have the
spear.
things for them. Like, all of the orbs.
Well, I can get... Can I just, like... I can get exactly Penguin Knight.
Alright, here we go. Actually, go to the left. There is a... Oh, not that one. The 3 cards. To the left, yeah, regular inventory. And then there are a couple of cards. Click on Speed Duels. And then scroll and see if we have anything we can get here. Jar of Greed is actually pretty useful if you're trying to increase your stage level. Like we've said with the 7-Zone Magician, a lot of the stage missions boil down to finding some random card in your deck. And Jar of Greed basically just takes up an extra slot and makes it easier to dig into that card you need. So it's a decent one to pick up early.
More bingo! Gotta go auto build a deck? Hold on. Hey, yo. Yuga. Just real fast, just gotta hit me with something. This dude.
Is your Kaibaman themed deck. Seems pretty powerful. I mean, I think we could take this one right onto the ranked ladder myself.
Yeah, with my legendary blue eyes. No, I'm not saying that's active. We gotta go summon the 7 roads. Against Luke, specifically.
Sounds like a plan.
I can fight myself.
You can.
Wait, is he just maybe over here?
So you have to go to the gate.
To the gate.
Yeah. which unfortunately means no auto-dueling, but that is also fine, as we are stalling anyway.
Unless I just do it again. Or I just draw it.
Right. Superior players.
Ah, crap. I drank pink lemonade.
Oh no.
It went down the wrong throat.
I'm loading my road to victory.
Please no dying on stream.
Luke is always a black.
Choking is an off-stream activity.
Gotta defeat you. I wanna be
Are you okay?
duels.
I'm sorry, I can't really stop
Get
it.
ready for the run.
Yeah, I'm good now.
Okay.
This I draw.
Stay safe out there. You never know,
You know
when
what,
the
what
killer
might fix the
pink...
problem?
Sorry, what?
Dragons.
You know what might fix the problem? More pink lemonade.
You know, that is a good idea.
Okay. I summon a monster.
Just like an SAO bridge where his sister is choking on a muffin. She's like, I must have.
It's my
I know, I'll dislodge the first muffin.
I draw.
A second muffin.
Dark sorcerer.
Ow.
Don't...
Alright, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Also, those should be in
For
defense
real this
mode.
time.
Monster.
But why? I can fight him.
Well, aren't we trying to stall?
I'm going second. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Whoops.
I activate the spell card Spark.
I forgot that detail.
Just a scratch.
I was too busy choking, my brain forgot.
A little bit of dying is okay as a treat.
I set a monster. Okay.
Alright,
let's battle.
just... You know what? It makes him not be able to draw cards if I don't kill them.
Getting started. I end my turn. Here goes.
What's he gonna do? Summon his boss monster?
I mean, if he is actually running Dragius, we are in trouble. If that ever shows up.
Monster attacks.
Well, he's apparently not, so we're good.
I got plenty of tricks saved
Here
for
I go.
later.
It's
I
my turn.
end my turn.
They didn't find him.
From my hand, I activate my spell card.
And then I'll change them to defense mode.
Sounds like a plan.
I'll set a monster. Okay, with that, I end my turn. Here goes. It's my turn. I draw.
You'll never expect what's gonna happen next.
Take
Oh
him
no.
down.
My guys.
My monster attacks.
How could this happen?
Dragon sage.
How could this happen? My strategic play of putting them in defense mode has backfired. Why did he get a fancy animation before he died?
Plenty of tricks saved
I'm gonna
for
speed
later.
up this duel.
I end my turn.
I'm gonna speed up this duel. Actually, we're doing the exact opposite of that.
Set a monster.
It is time to slow down this
Set a
duel.
monster. I set a monster. Okay, this duel's only getting started. I end my turn. I'm gonna end this quick.
No, you're not.
My turn.
Unless you draw your boss monster, we're not going
From my
anywhere.
hand, I
What is
activate a
that?
spell card. Let's
Oh.
battle. Go!
Hey, no fair. From my Dark Souls experience, you're not allowed to heal, only I am.
What a powerful card.
Attack!
I mean, that's several hundred
Healed
life
a whole
points.
One,
Take
he
this.
healed a whole,
Attack!
what, 100 more than I did?
I'm
Mhm.
ending my turn.
Here I go.
Power creep in action.
I draw.
There
Alright,
it
we
is.
did it.
Here I come. I summon a monster. Okay. I summon a monster.
A wall.
Nothing will stop my road to victory.
He's just like, oh, by the way, did you check out this
Sorcerer.
set bottomless trap hole I had? It just came out.
I wonder how good Bottomless would be in this. I mean, do we even have a banish zone? I don't think there's any banishing in Rush.
Elemental road. Okay, let's Seven's Road Magician attack. Ooh, Seven's magic attack. That easy. Torn of the Windweaver attacks. Ooh, keep it coming. With that,
Luke,
I
you got
end
something
my
you want to
turn.
say?
Here goes.
You don't just say that to your best friend.
I draw.
Wait, what did he say?
Check this out, bro.
He said we're coming.
I summon a
Mm.
monster.
I think Luke has some problems he needs to see the
Check
therapist
this
about.
out, bro. I summon a monster.
Like the fact that his deck is filled with not his boss monster.
I'm gonna
end
speed
my
up this
turn.
duel.
It's my turn. I draw.
Look, we drew Road Magic Explosion.
But we don't have a fire to discard.
From my hand, I activate my spell card.
That is correct.
I set a monster.
That's saddening. I was actually kind of looking forward to doing that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it would have been worth a pretty good amount. 1,200.
I mean, I'm only gonna kill 2 guys, so I'm still gonna discard a card.
Mm-hmm.
Seven's Rogue Magician activates his effect. Elemental Rogue. Okay, let's go. My monster attacks.
Baby Dragon, when will they be released?
Yeah, I think it's actually not in a
Doesn't
box
Archive-
yet.
My monster attacks.
Wait, I don't think Luke can draw cards this turn. He has 5 in hand already.
You do get to draw one more. If you're at 5 or higher.
Duel on my next
You
turn.
should have finished
I
me
end
right.
my turn.
Ah.
Come on out. I summon a monster.
Oh god! Baby Dragon!
Show yourself.
I mean, that's strong enough to take out your defense position monster.
Battle. Take this.
Didn't even give it the
I
chance.
attack with my monster. I end my turn.
How will you defeat the baby dragon?
Beyond those of mortal men.
I didn't draw a fire card, I'm
I
sad.
activate the spell card Sparks. Seven's Rogue Magician activates his effect. Elemental Road.
Battle!
Okay, let's battle.
Finish by slaying the baby dragon!
Time to end this.
You're killing the dragon?
Magician, attack.
Yes!
Seven's
He's too
magic
powerful to be allowed to let continue existing.
attack.
Even Luke wasn't ready for that one.
I get it. You were trying to teach me how I should do
Boy,
it.
you didn't summon
That's why
anything
you're my
big.
hero, bro.
Well, you're showing him how to do it.
Listen, the game forcibly put a restriction on me, so he had a fighting chance because I have to sit here trying to draw my boss monster. He doesn't even have his. Oh, hey, look, I got his. You are though.
Another Phoenix Dragon.
That's kind of crazy.
It actually took me a really long time to get the 3rd Phoenix Dragon. And you get some from his level ups. But I just could not get it to drop, so I ended up using a ticket.
Imagine if one of these was just beat Luke with 7 Rose Magician.
I feel like, at some point they might do something like that. It's definitely something that's in other, missions over in Speed, where you have to use, like, a specific monster.
There was one!
Oh?
It was inflict damage by battle with 7 Rose Magician.
Oh, we didn't even notice. Well, that's good that we got it out of the way then, huh?
Yeah.
And Luke is unlocked.
All right, Luke. I get it. You want to beat your friend up, just like in the anime. Instead of taking your crown, I have to take it myself. I feel like that's the exact same sentence twice.
I mean, that is what Luke would do.
Just do the same thing twice?
Yes.
Alright, Luke. Come on. There we go. And now we switch to Luke to level him up, but we're still using noodles.
I created Rush Duels so we can both have a great time. The name's Luke, the #1 duelist at Goha 7 Elementary.
I have to. Oh, oops, back. I see what I have to do now. Copy deck. Copy that one. There we go. We're good. Yeah. Honestly, if I wanted to get easy gems, we just do the puzzles, right?
Yeah, that would make sense to me. Or just ranked works too. I mean, it probably takes a lot longer than the puzzles. But those ones are also time gated. Actually, there are a couple in here that are also time gated. So this makes sense.
I mean, I have to do 1 through 3 anyways for speed duels, so might as well. Oh look. Oh. Come on. 1-1. Summon a monster. Real hard.
I mean, you're gonna have the brain tickled trying to clear these dastardly intense puzzles. How are you gonna do this?
You must win this turn.
Oh, dang. Okay, he has 900. Got it. He has 1700. And she has 1700 life points. So obviously, I do Rush Duel and summon both.
Right. So I would start with the Robo Yarrow. Probably. I mean, he's got, like, such a cool outfit.
Game over. My monster attacks your life points directly.
Imagine if there was a lifetime one to purposely failing every single duel puzzle one time.
That would be a lot of effort.
It'd be funny.
It would.
Let's see if you
Win this turn.
duel.
Oh man, I don't know. Flip summon.
There were so many
I
options.
feel like realistically, I could have also just ended my turn in one.
Attack with a monster.
If the game would let that happen.
Yeah, because it ends it on the next turn. Like, once you hit end phase. But yeah, the AI would attack into it and lose the game. For sure.
They don't know any better.
There can only be one winner.
Can you solve this puzzle?
Duel.
Yeah.
Battle.
Big man over big man.
I attack with a monster.
Medium man over medium man.
I attack with a monster.
And Weenie Boy beat him in the face.
You're finished. My monster attacks your life points directly.
I can't believe you were able to solve it.
Honestly, that's kind of sad that Tour Guide would insult Kaiba directly to his face.
Tour guide saying,
About his
you're
ability.
actually terrible at the game. Cannot believe.
Oh, this doesn't give any... Wait, do none of these give... Wait. Oh, this is the loner deck duels. Oh.
I mean, those are pretty... You don't have to own any cards. So I would go ahead and do that.
That's fair. Oh, is it just like a regular duel? I just get a deck?
That is correct.
I'll take on everyone.
I am here because I duel. It's my turn.
Well, I'm going second with the deck that is
Activates its effect.
known for potentially OTKing.
Don't worry. I'm sure we're gonna be missing all of the important pieces.
I mean, we got a search. Oh, that's not a search, that's a double attacker.
I'm setting a guard. That ends my turn.
Here goes.
It's your turn.
It's mine. I draw.
Alright. Well, this is equipped to... Well, this is an equipped card. The monster can't be destroyed. It is sent to the graveyard. You shuffle 3 guys. That doesn't matter.
Huh.
Uh...
How do you feel transitioning to this from the Rush duels, where the cards all had one line
mean-
of text?
Yeah, I know, right?
I summon my
It's okay. I know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Somewhat well.
My monster's effect.
Is it renowned? That is nothing in the grave. This is nothing from the grave. That is nothing. You do nothing. And those do nothing. What about you, Malgus? That's a card that I want to do, though. Equip.
I activate my monster's effect.
Then we activate this.
From my hand, I activate an equip spell.
I can target a face-up monster I control. I can attack twice, then destroy this. Let's load them up.
From my hand, I activate an equip spell.
Then we're gonna search a card.
Activate an equip spell.
Huh. I think we want the tuner. For sure.
Yeah.
I play my
What?
trap card.
Uh-oh. Oh. That's fine, I think.
Oh yeah, I already did all my stuff. I don't care more about that.
Here I go. I special summon my monster. I activate my monster's
I'm just gonna add that
effect.
card back to my hand now. Now I will commit a synchro summon. What do I want to use? Probably. Let's see. During your main phase, set certain Sun's graveyard, target one of your guys. Or during the main phase, there's cards in your graveyard. Okay. Well, I guess we'll go with this one. I have to read every
This
card.
is the one I want.
This deck has
I
never been better.
synchro summon my monster.
Thanks, Master Duel. Yeah, I feel that one. But it's okay.
I activate my monster's effect.
But then I actually get to activate Malgus.
I activate my monster's effect.
And I
But
get
how are you
draw
gonna
a
clear
card.
out that fusion monster? It has
You
more
see,
attack.
I thought the one card was going to do an attack. It did not.
Mm-hmm.
So... I get to send a card to the graveyard, though. And we're gonna add back... Where's that one dude at? I already have him in hand, actually. Renowned. Add him again. Look, we're just setting up for next turn.
It's my turn. I draw. Noble Knight Shield.
Honestly, that trap card kind of completely ruined everything that was gonna happen that turn.
It did. How does it feel to be hard countered in the trio duel?
How does it feel having the AI be given The exact thing needed to shut you down for a turn.
I mean, I imagine you are still going to win this.
Oh yeah, I have plans.
This is nothing. My turn.
It's your turn.
I draw.
Alright, let's see. Add a Noble Arms or Noble Knight from my deck or graveyard to hand if you're flipped. I'll do that.
My hand. I activate a spell.
Alright, you can be special summoned. You. I already have you in hand. No, I don't. Yes, I do. I have both of them in my hand, actually. So what we want... the Hoteclair. Now, normal summon. Knight
Let's do
Ogier.
this. I summon my monster.
Activate Ogier's
I
effect.
activate my monster's effect.
Don't use that. We're gonna send... I have those two right now. We're gonna send... Is this the shuffle? No. Are you the shuffle? No. Shuffle is still in the deck. Alright. Special summon.
This is the one I want. I special summon my monster. I activate my monster's effect.
Add back Joyce. Then, we're going to once more commit an synchro summon. To summon Captain Oliver.
I synchro summon my monster.
Now is when things get spicy.
From my hand, I activate an equip spell.
Let's see, where is the double attacker? Is Hoteclair.
From my hand, I activate an equip spell.
Then I activate the effect to make it, so
I
it gets 2
activate
attacks
an
this
equip
turn.
spell.
Then we're gonna activate a lot of guys' effects. First, Roland,
I activate my monster's effect.
to give him 500 more attack. Then we're gonna activate... Probably Maug, nah. Ogier, so he can't be destroyed by card effects. And then we go to battle.
Battle. I'm not the type to back down. I attack with my monster.
And because he has
I activate my
a card
monster's
equipped to
effect.
him, I can blow him up.
Go,
And we'll
get
continue
him.
our attack.
Attack.
And that's game!
Here to fight.
'Cause I can attack twice!
Attack them direct.
Fantastic job. That was probably
Yay,
like
my brain hurts 'cause
12
it's turning-
rush duels.
That was definitely like 12 rush duels.
Not many.
I can't.
But I'm 60 gems richer.
Very true. I guess that is still probably a pretty quick 60 gems.
I mean, this is also a rush duel one though, so it should be faster. Since I don't have to read that many words.
Can't know who'll win this rush duel till we start playing. Here we go.
Dinosaurs.
Get ready for the rush. I'm gonna speed up this duel. It's my turn. I draw.
Well, I drew the boss monster. Left. I have just left.
Well, you can still bring in a boss monster.
I can just summon him right now.
Well, there's the 2500 as well.
That's true. I just have to send a dinosaur to the grave.
Here Here I come. I summon a monster. From my hand, I activate my spell card. Come on out. I
What sucks is it's not a normal monster. And do I want to summon this? Or do I want to hold it?
Either way is fine. I'm expecting that this is gonna be another of those free wins.
I'm good to go. I summon a monster.
Oh no, the last one
This
probably
duel's
could have
only
beat me if
started.
I
I
hadn't
end my turn.
managed to scrape through Ignite combos. I mean, ignoble combos. Raigeki. Well, that was a bad idea.
Huh.
You got me.
Should not have summoned him. Noted.
I'm gonna speed up this duel. It's my turn. I draw.
Oh, there's the
Never
right
mind,
side.
didn't
Oh,
matter.
and another one.
Well, I can't use his effect, and this.
Yeah, I would
Well.
just maximum summon.
Oh, I can just do that without
Yeah.
having to have them all here.
They are all here.
Okay. Maximum.
Oh, I meant on the field.
Oh. Yeah, so you can't do it if they are on the field, actually. They need to be in your hand.
Oh, gotcha. Does this have piercing?
It does not.
What does my skill do? I can draw 2 cards! Because I can activate it, and it's how I can't. Wait, yes I can, if I draw a monster.
From
I'm
my
gonna,
hand,
I'm gonna do it, because
I
it's funny.
activate my spell card.
We drew a monster!
Mm-hmm.
Loading my.
That was not where I wanted to grab it from.
I mean, I guess it's better to thin the deck.
I set this card earlier for
That's true.
this moment.
Since I can
I
do it every
activate my
turn
spell
also.
card.
I just send the card to blow him up.
Or you could tribute it for the Mega Zauler.
But I feel like you're saying to do the funny.
I activate my monster's effect.
Maybe.
Now, question: does it have the effects of the left and right side also?
Correct.
Okay.
Like, does it have every effect printed on all the 3 cards?
Yeah, so Maximum Monsters have 3 effects in Maximum mode, and many of them actually won't have any effect outside of it.
Only getting
Like the left and right side, they have the requirement of being in Maximum mode to apply that effect. So if you just summon them by themselves,
Gotcha.
they're vanillas.
So level 7s and lower can't beat me, and I can't lose to traps.
And I don't think that deck has a level 7 or higher monster.
It has Silent Doom. That
Spooky.
can do it.
I'm gonna speed up this duel. I draw.
Alright, well, I have no reason to do anything but just go battle.
Okay, let's battle. I'm on the road to glory. I attack with my
Man, that was significantly faster.
winner.
Correct. I mean, same number of turns, though. So really the same amount of time.
I just didn't have to think as hard. Look, we're almost there.
I think there should actually still be more, decks in that section. So if you go to,
Oh, right here for speed.
yeah, dual quizzes.
Well, there's none here. Oh, I see.
And then you have Happy Face.
Happy face. Alright, using my limited... My one friend keeps hopping onto VR chat also.
There's a
Oh.
lot more to
Can use
Do you have
I just
VR
keep seeing it
chat
pop up
plans
in the lower
today?
right.
for the
No, he just keeps hopping in and out of it.
I wonder why.
Alright, I gotta beat a maximum monster. Alright, what you got? Nothing right now on that side. I read that? Okay. Can I be destroying monster effects? Come on, let me see the other side. There we go. Can I be destroyed by monster effects? And... can't be destroyed by traps. Got it. Your life points are lower, you pay 500 and look at the top 3. If Psychic Scent has Psychic from your graveyard to your hand. Alright. So Candy, it gains more attack. Got it. So we're trying to send
Check this out, bro. I summon a
the exact
monster.
one card.
I activate my monster's effect.
Jammed
From my
up.
hand, I activate a spell card.
Oh no, I messed up.
Okay. I special summon a monster.
Rest in peace.
Is there a quick sprint? Oh, there's not a quick retry button.
I got you, but what's that?
I almost. Okay, there you go. I almost had it.
You'll get it
I
next
didn't
time.
realize I had to. I didn't realize I had to summon the vanilla.
If you're a duelist, then
Can you?
here I go. Get ready for the rush.
I thought that said from hand. I didn't realize it said from field.
I summon a monster. Show yourself. I summon a monster. I activate my monster's effect.
All right, now we do jump up.
From my hand, I activate a spell card. Come on out. I special
Now I'm
summon
really
a
big.
monster.
That's not enough. So if we use this
activate
effect
my monster's effect.
to send you back to my hand to summon again
Come on out.
to do the effect.
I summon a monster. I activate my monster's effect.
We add this one.
From my hand, I activate a
It's a
spell
prob.
card.
It is probably the most complex deck in Duel Links.
Yeah, that is true. Psychics are one of the harder decks to play, and as a reward, you get possibly
Special summon
a
monster.
bottom 5 deck. Out of all of the options.
I activate my monster's effect.
That looks like enough damage.
Get ready to battle. Take this. I attack with my monster.
Yeah.
To turn out the lights. Direct attack.
My brain only slightly hurts after that one.
You gotta.
This
But
reading
in
is
return,
hard.
you have obtained gems.
Gems. It's okay. We'll just level Luke up. What do I have to do here? World. I have to perform 8 more tribute summons. 6 more tribute summons. Easy. Do 2 times reward on that one. And then we stall to draw tribute monsters.
You're gonna duel me.
Well.
Hey, here I go. Get ready for the rush. Here goes. I draw.
Mm-hmm.
I set a card. I set a card. I set a monster. I'll set a monster. I set a monster.
All right.
Plenty of tricks saved for later.
We got this.
I end my turn.
My turn. I draw. I'm counting on you. I summon a monster in attack position. I play this card. I play this card. I summon a I set a card.
Well,
Ready or take this. I'm attacking.
They
with
are getting ready to do some big attacks.
yeah.
this. That's the end of my
Now I just need to
turn.
draw
Here
nothing but
goes.
tribute monsters.
It's my turn. I draw.
We drew a
We
tribute
got
monster.
one of them. I mean, if we just auto through, we'll eventually clear the missions.
Okay. Tribute summon.
Ah yes, I'll use my effect
Monsters effect.
to turn himself into attack position rather than take the game action to turn into attack position.
A brilliant plan.
I'm setting a card.
Activate this because I get points for
I'll
doing
use
it.
the card I set. I activate a spell card. Get ready to battle. Go! My monster attacks.
Not too
What?
bright. I activate a face card.
Ugh.
My
You
trap
won't
is
win
Ow.
easy.
We're just getting started.
Take this. I attack with my
This
monster.
ain't over till it's over.
I got plenty of tricks saved for later. I end my turn.
Only drawing 2 cards kinda sucks.
I draw. From my
Uh-huh.
hand,
Hopefully we find some big
Just a
monsters
scratch.
I'm
and are able to just
counting on you.
get through the mission.
I summon a my
What's the other one you have to do? I remember
Doesn't burn
those,
me out.
Keep it
the
coming.
8 tributes and then something
I
else.
summon a monster in attack position. Go. I summon a That's the end of my
I'm
turn.
gonna end this quick. I draw. Okay. Tribute summon. Let's battle.
I get to draw a card next
Take
turn.
this. I attack with my monster.
We're just getting
Take him
started.
down. I attack with my monster.
This ain't over till it's over.
Take him down. My monster attacks.
Alright.
I'm ending my turn.
I draw. You'll love this. I summon a monster in attack position.
Yeah? Oh boy.
I summon a. I play this card. That's the end of my turn.
I'm gonna end this quick. I draw.
We're gonna be here for a minute. Or we just try to get on the next battle.
Yeah, I
probably
think
the
that's
better play.
faster. It's just kill them.
Ready to take him down.
just commit. Let's just kill them.
Uh-huh. No matter the situation, I will always support murder.
Attacks.
It's not tax evasion. If nobody's there, just report it.
I mean, I don't even have to evade them. They're not really being thrown at me.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge an IRS.
For sure.
I attributed what, 2 times in that one, so we got 4 more to go this time?
I think so, yes.
If you want to know the
Time to let's
here I
begin.
go.
Well, that's not a good
Get
start.
ready for the rush.
Now I draw. Here I go. I summon a monster. Come on out. I'm on with
I'm
that.
gonna end this
I
quick.
end my turn.
I draw.
Alright,
Let's
we
go.
got one.
Show yourself. I summon a. Okay. I summon a monster. Okay. I summon a monster. Okay. I tribute summon a monster. I set a card. Get ready to take Take him down! I attack with my monster! Go! Attack!
That's nothing. You need to work harder than that. Let's go! I special summon a monster!
Well,
I'm ending my turn.
he is indeed back on the field.
I draw. Come on out!
If he's a descendant of Titans, why does he only have 1,000
you
attack
do.
points?
Here I go. I summon a monster.
Well, relatively speaking, he's stronger than the regular person.
Here goes. It's my turn. I draw.
Perhaps. Who do you think is the most normal person in Yu-Gi-Oh
Summon a
cards?
monster.
Tyler, the Great Creator.
Well, he has over 1,000 attack points.
Show yourself.
Yeah, but he's just a guy with a dual disc.
Summon a
Mhm.
monster. Okay.
That's it.
summon
That's
a
all I had.
monster.
I mean, I guess the descendant of Titans is bigger than Robo Yarrow, and he's kind of just a guy.
Show yourself.
So maybe he is more powerful than a human. But I mean, if a mushroom is 800, I feel pretty bad for humans. That we are barely competing with that.
Show yourself. I summon a monster. I activate my monster's effect.
True.
Come on out. I summon a monster. Get ready to battle. Take him down. My monster attacks.
It's kind of helping to draw a tribute monster to finish that mission.
My monster attacks.
It's not over.
Take this.
Oh well, what's gonna happen? He has another one-up?
If things don't change.
I'm doing pretty good.
Alright, we just gotta draw
My turn.
a tribute summon.
I'm in bad shape. My turn. I draw. Here I go. I summon a monster. Come on out. I summon. This is the best move to make. I activate my monster. How do I get out of this mess?
Your strategy's
What'd that thing
fizzled
do?
out. You're
Oh.
I draw.
Let's go. I cannot use that effect before I summon him, otherwise the duel ends.
Correct. I mean, you didn't have any normals on the board anyway.
Tribute summon a monster.
And just to be safe,
I summon
we
a
summon another
monster.
one.
Come on out. Tribute summon. I
That'll make him
activate my
super
monster's
big.
effect. I activate my monster's effect. You're going.
Battle, absolutely annihilate
This
him.
duel's mine. My monster attacks.
Flips up magic cylinder.
Cylinder is actually pretty good in rush duels. So a lot of people from speed will think that a card like Mirror Force is obviously going to be way better than Cylinder. But Cylinder is actually the card players tend to choose in the rush duel meta. It's not in Duel Links yet, of course, because it would be a little bit too strong. But being able to just flip back for 3,000 to 4,000 damage is very powerful.
Now we can just do auto battle.
And we're almost at 500 again. So once Luke gets some gems, we'll have another 10 pull.
Which means I might be able to get the last of the big boys. Oh my god, that hand was actually cracked. Wait, what?
There go all of the tribute monsters.
Imagine Yuga after just absolutely dominating Luke back by the duel gate, watching Luke come back later and be like, hey, I'm ready for that rematch now and just absolutely curb stomping him.
With the same deck, too. Well, actually, no, you were running the 7 Road one earlier. So, yeah, that would be pretty good.
I was using 7 roads. Wait, if I do 5 P... No, we're not doing that. That would take too long. As funny as it would have been. Alright, Luke, assuming this kid is the one that normally uses noodles. I was wrong. Well, no, I was right. He's probably the guy that uses the noodles in the show.
That is correct.
I think we just gotta do one more. One more duel. Yeah.
You're on the
Some
way.
sleeves. Yeah. And then we just absolutely...
I mean, I probably should head out soonish. So after we get the 500 gems, do you want to do a ranked duel or two?
Yeah, we do that
Before
last
we-
10 times.
What's up? All I heard was
We do
10
those
times.
we do that last 10 times. Yeah, we do that last 10 times. And I'm down to stop there. And I can work on doing stages and stuff, and then if we come back when I have more gems.
That makes sense.
'Cause I don't know the next time I'll be available for this.
So let's see. What did you get the level up this time, or well, you'll get the stage mission reward either way.
Yeah.
But I say we should do one PvP game at least after the poll.
Alright. One PvP game after the poll.
I know the deck's not optimal yet, but I think it's gonna be better
I don't
than
wanna do
you
that.
think. Oh, what is it trying to make you do? We've already entered the Duel Studio plenty of times.
I was talking about this thing.
What is it doing?
Look at the deck list. Make sure you have it. Mokuba, that's not even the right format I'm playing. No, I don't wanna. Stop. No, I don't want to set it as my goal. Leave me alone. Mokuba, leave me alone. Alright, there we go. Alright, items, special, rush, deck build. Can we get the last noodles?
I mean, a third of the packs seems like reasonably okay to draw one of them.
Oh, well, that might be a UR.
It's actually lagging pretty bad for me
it
here.
Looks like it was... Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
That's weird.
My internet connection is famously terrible.
Maybe the
So
animation?
it could easily be that.
That is... It looks like we're not getting any of them.
So far, not
Maybe
a
here,
great
though.
pull. But this one is...
that is a
this
light
might be
monster.
Dragius.
Was in fact Dragius.
And that is a very good card to own anyway.
2 more packs. Alright, last pack. Doesn't look like we're getting it. Nope.
Fair
Unfortunate.
enough.
Lifetime. Collect 100 spell cards. Alright, to the PvP arena.
Sounds like a plan. Do you want to do the first stage of the
Alright.
qualifiers or a rookie ranked duel?
Which one gives me more rewards?
I think you automatically get 15 for playing in the rush duels. The qualifiers. Because there's
I
a
get
daily mission to
55.
play in this.
Alright. Let's see how we do.
I mean, I'd say there's at least a 50% chance that you win.
There's at least a 50% chance.
Yeah, because either you'll win or you'll lose.
You know what? You got me there.
You want to know the secret to my
Curiosity is the key to I'm
Here
ready
I
whenever
go.
you are. Get ready for the rush. It's my turn.
Alright, let's see. What you
They're
got?
on an archive skill. Maybe harpies?
I set
Yeah.
Hard to know for sure. Could also be another noodle player.
Oh, how do I check that?
You cannot. Up until really recently, you actually couldn't even know if they were running an archive or legend skill. But you can see it up in the top left. Okay, and a tribute set.
Set.
But a Dark Sorcerer eliminates a ton of the decks I would think they were on.
that
So it might be Noodles after all.
I end
As the restriction, I believe, is only on the high-level monsters.
beginning of your
I'm gonna end
Ah.
this quick. My turn.
I mean, the Flame Champion will be able to defeat whatever it is they have face down.
Come on out. I summon a monster.
Yeah.
Come on out. I tribute summon a monster. Come on out. I summon a monster. Okay. I summon a monster.
And then... it doesn't really do much if I do that.
I mean, it's still better than not doing it.
Get ready to battle.
Remember, you're able to use it every
Yeah.
turn, so there's no downside. But they are indeed also going to be a... Well, there's also a chance
Fair.
they're on Servant of Dawn. Wait, no, they can't. It has to be a Noodle player.
Down.
This is a mirror match, for sure.
So we're just noodling it up over here?
that
We're
Yeah.
just bricked?
And I mean, we're off to a pretty good start.
Plenty of
Though, they probably do have two of the big ones, level 7 or level 8,
It's my turn.
in hand.
I draw.
So I just have to draw better. Got it.
Correct. I mean, you have a 2,600 life point lead. How will they ever catch up to that?
I mean, if I draw Sword and Shield and then I draw my Tribute Summon, they just lose, right?
Correct. Alright, and you did it. You were so
I did
scared
it.
of going into the ranked match. But I knew you were going to be able to do it.
Listen, I thought it was gonna be a little rougher than that.
Do you want to try again? We can do one more.
Sure.
And that's 50 gems you just got.
I get 5 more gems too.
True.
Oh dang. I got sleeves. I could get enough for another 10 times. Pretty fast on this.
As long as we keep winning, absolutely.
Luke versus Luke. Luke on Luke violence. They're using a regular skill though, and I'm going first.
Every duel.
Alright, so they could be playing Hammer Crush, Steel, Dragonic Resonance, or some other dragon variant. Notably though, they are running a 36 card deck, and you've opened with an extra spice. I'd probably go ahead and summon it in attack mode, and then use the skill to get in for 1,000 burn.
Yeah,
I'll set a monster.
yeah. I was just thinking that. And I get to add it back if I draw another summon.
Out, bro. I tribute
We are hoping to draw another low level,
Well, I
for
guess
sure.
actually- Oh yeah, that is true. Never mind. Why does my friend keep logging out of logging out of VR chat and logging back into VR chat.
I
It's like the
summon a
5th time he's
monster.
done it during the
Activate
stream.
my monster's effect.
Maybe they are disconnecting or something.
Ah, just a scratch.
Weird.
And you are a
Let's go.
skilled player. Drawing another low level.
Set a monster. I'm setting a card. I set a card. I'm ending my turn.
Alright, now we
Here
just have to
goes.
draw
It's my
another
turn.
copy
I draw.
of a level 7 or higher. And
Mhm.
these cards are about to go crazy. Because that's 2 boosts.
I think you'll be fine. I mean, there's always a chance they didn't draw any of their own boss monsters here.
Drago.
Oh, okay, they might have drawn something. If they're playing it in attack mode, they probably have something.
I set a card. I'm
Or
setting-
not.
Or they just need...
Get ready to battle.
They're just trying to clear my guy.
Right. Attack.
That sounds right.
That...
I'm ending
Ah,
I'm
but
gonna
we
end
take
this
that.
quick. I draw.
Alright,
Uh,
start off
that's-
by
okay.
getting in for 1,000.
Let's see, Yeah.
Come on out.
And then we'll see what we draw.
Summon a monster. I activate my monster's effect. Ooh, just a scratch.
Not perfect, but it's totally fine,
Unfortunate.
too.
Check this out, bro. I summon a monster. Show yourself. Tribute summon.
I don't think I need to use the boost for this.
I
I
agree.
can't hold on to them.
I would save it.
I'm setting a
But I would get the plus 600.
However, I will be using this.
You're going to
Just give him the damage.
get ready to battle. Go! I attack with my monster.
And it looks like those face down cards are not activatable.
Go!
There is a little hourglass.
That's good.
Oh, but maybe they did have something that they aren't using. I feel like the first time it didn't activate at all. So I think they might have a copy of the barrier face down, which basically says, shuffle a monster from your graveyard into the deck to reduce the attacking monster by 400.
I draw.
I didn't see them able to activate it on the first swing, but then it showed up on the other two,
Hand.
which is why I'm thinking that they might have
Oh no.
Spell
That
card.
gets rid of one of my things, doesn't it?
It's gonna
Oh,
set
no.
the boss
Oh no,
for
that gets rid
sure.
of my guy. No!
We will be fine.
I was gonna use my trap card. It was gonna be cool. I was gonna use my trap card though and actually do something. Oh no,
Well-
that's if they have stuff.
Keep
Never
in mind, they had to get rid of 2 cards just to set this. So they aren't gonna be doing much of anything.
Dragon. I'm setting a card. Get ready to battle. Twin Edge Dragon, attack!
I'm gonna do it because it's funny.
You
Yeah,
sure
I think going for the burn is totally fine here.
I'll play my set card. I act. I end my turn. I can see the future. I draw.
Let's go.
Show yourself. I summon a monster. Show yourself. Tribute summon.
Welcome, Shark Blood.
Oh,
You're
that's not
actually
a normal
catching us
monster.
at the end here. But yeah, I think Extra Spice can be boosted up for sure. Grab another one of those little levels. And then get in for
Summon
some
little
burn.
man.
Show yourself. I summon a monster. I activate my monster's effect. Ah.
And then another Flame
Draw more
Champion.
tribute summons.
But that's fine, actually. So, if you're going for maximum damage,
Yeah, because we're gonna tribute
correct.
Come on
these two,
Tribute summon.
and then we tribute over them.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Show yourself. I tribute summon.
I would
a
like to applaud
monster.
this man for not surrendering yet.
Right. Well, maybe they have a trap card that they set this turn. Who knows?
Tribute summon a monster. I activate my monster's effect.
It will feel pretty bad if they somehow survive this. But it's very funny if they don't.
I'll play my set card. I activate a spell
And
card.
extra spice over
Get noodled.
6,000.
Ready to battle. This duel's mine. My
Magic
monster
cylinders me.
attacks.
And nothing. Another clean victory.
Unfortunate for him.
Yeah, but like I said, the level, so until you get around halfway up the ladder, I think you'd be totally fine, even with this incomplete deck. But I will type up, some suggestions of things to edit the deck with. But I think that is going to be it for the stream today. If you are planning on playing more or streaming it, I can send them over your way. Otherwise, we can do this again sometime.
I think it would be good to do this again sometime. I will just probably be doing this event, though, a little bit to get all those gems.
Alright,
And I'll
yeah,
let you know if and when I become available again.
sounds like a plan. Thank
look,
you
even more
for your
gems.
time. Yeah, that's what I meant. So it's 4 duels per day on the events tab to get free gems. In the qualifiers.
Gotcha.